parts of the planet. Keep it fast, standing. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. No mask, not even if it's old dark 30s. Street made, even dirt roads, highway 30. 50, 40, 90, that'll get you 30. That's a clean sweep.
Welcome to Red Alert Houston Rocket Show. I'm Hope Champion. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and drop Clutch City in the comments. And lock in to hear Daily Rockets talk.
All right. Now you better know what you heard, man. This ain't just hype. This Rockets Red Alert, unfiltered, uncut. And it's time to sound the sound the alarm. All right. Y'all know me, man. It's your boy Hutton. We back with another one of these things. We finna get right into it and get into some of this recap information from last night's game. Now, if you're in the chat, let me know, man, if there's a little echo or something going on.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay. There we go. my bad. I was playing around with some some gaming stuff earlier. So look, we finna go ahead and tap in directly to what we saw yesterday in the game. In the game. If you don't know, the Rockets faced off against the Atlanta Hawks yesterday in Houston at the Toyota Center. And it was a doozy. But what I want to ask you tonight, and I don't know if y'all like me, you know, the best TV show of all time, is Martin Lawrence. For me, hands down. And it's a scene where it's an episode where Martin and Brother Man is on a hustle, like I am tonight. And Martin was trying to get his grind on in between jobs, and him and Brother Man decided they was gonna come up with a little scheme to go out there and sell Whitney Houston t-shirts, at the arena. And they got out there, and Martin ended up running back to the house, like, man, what happened to Brother Man? Man, he was running with the slow bob. And then they were like, so did y'all do anything? Y'all make any money? That's what a woman wife I gonna always ask. A woman gonna always, how you do? Y'all get your ends up. And mom was like, nah, man, Brother Man can't spell. So he pull out the shirt and it don't say Whitney Houston. It say Whitty Hutton. And then you got Brother Man on that with the wig. And so what I wanna ask y'all tonight is the Houston Rockets, are they Whitney Houston? Is that the most beautiful thing you could have imagined that you'd ever see and hear, experience, like a Whitney Houston concert? Or was it Whitty Hutton? Is it Bruh Man running with the slow bop? Is it Bruh Man with the wig on, with the wordsman? And I'll tell you what I think right off the bat. I'm not gonna just give it to you like that. I'm not gonna just come out and say, hey, this is what I think. But you gotta read in between the lines to get it. Let's start off with the hot topic. It ain't no point in burying the lead, you know what I mean? None of that stuff. We're gonna start directly off with the hot topic, which is JD Davison. Everybody is jocking JD Davison. Now we understand what we understand from watching JD Davison is that this wasn't a game situation, but he's played against some NBA ready players. So you can't undermine his performance. But by the same token, you can't jump off on a ledge and say, that was the best, that is Cam Whitmore, you know, whatever the case may be. Now, with that being said, the boy looked nice. The boy looked nice. For the frame that he has, he's exceptionally quick. He dribbles the ball. I like hand placement as it pertains to ball handlers. Pause. I like that's crazy. Hand placement on ball carriers is crazy, but I like hand placement as it pertains to balls. I mean, as it pertains to, listen. All right, pause all that. Let's just go on. I like when people put their hand on the right spot of the basketball, and JD Davidson seemed to exhibit that particular trait from my perspective last night in the amount of time that we saw him. Right, very good on that part. The next part is that he shot the ball way better than anybody had mentioned, as far as his shooting. Let me explain to you why I think that is. It's the focus that he had last night. JD Davidson was focusing on a different level last night. When I spoke yesterday about guys coming in ready to work, bringing their hard hat and their lunch pail, JD Davidson was that guy. There were two of those guys last night. Actually, I'll say three, and I'm gonna save the last one for later. So I'm not gonna bury that particular story, but JD Davidson was that guy. JD Davidson was the guy who came in with his hard hat and his lunch pail and got straight to work. Straight to work. He didn't, he wasn't playing, he wasn't shucking and jiving. You know what I mean? He wasn't doing the man tan tap dance, none of that. He was coming in, throwing his body around, getting physical, focusing on his jump shot, and he shoots the same way every time. Now, been doing this since June, you know, mid-June. One of my second streams was the Tracy McGrady on ESPN. And the thing I said about T-Mac was T-Mac shot the ball the same way every time, which made him a great shooter. One thing I said about Jalen Green is he doesn't shoot the ball the same way every time. Chauncey Billups shoots the ball the same way every time. Steph Curry shoots the ball the same way. Good shooters, you don't even have to be a great shooter to understand this, but good shooters shoot the ball the same way every time. And I'm not just talking about the base, I'm talking about basically from the core up. But even JD Davis's base was almost identical on every single shot. Why did he go 5 for 7? Because he shoots the ball the same way every time, and he was focused on every single play. Let me tell you what that does. That makes him an asset to the team. Because as for players who shoot the ball, as for players who we have, focus is going to be paramount in our rotation, in the beginning of the season, and as far as we get into the latter part of the season, focus is going to be paramount. And he exhibited an extreme level of focus in last night's game. Now, I don't care what nobody say about it. I really don't. It wasn't about, he did good stuff, and it wasn't about that to me. It wasn't about the alley-oop, which, JD Davidson is about almost tied up with Fred VanVleet in alley-oops thrown in a Rockets jersey. So we'll start there. JD Davidson is almost tied up with Fred VanVleet in alley-oops thrown in a Rockets jersey. That's enough by itself to say, was he special? Also, what he did was, outside of the shooting, I think he controlled the tempo of the game and w- later in the game, and I'm kind of all over the place like the sky right now with this particular thing because I'm just summing up a lot of different aspects of his game. Later in the game, when the Hawks was looking to make a push and the score was 104 to like 104 to 107 or 104 to 112 or somewhere around that area, and it was a either a 7 point lead or something around that area, and it was Jeff Green and JD Davison and the others might have been Cameron Matthews and um uh Goggles LeBron. It might have been them. Um, but JD Davison helped steady the ship and he understood the task, protecting the ball, getting the ball to Jeff Green, letting Jeff Green kind of be the head of the snake. He understood the task and he got them through the pushback from the Atlanta Hawks when they was trying to close out the game in the end. And if you really look at the win that we got, you can put a large portion of that win on JD Davison in the closing of the game as far as maintaining the lead when the team was trying to make a comeback with just Jeff Green on the floor with him. So that was a good thing that he did. Another thing that he did, he had enough fire and enough swag and enough energy, but he wasn't real rah. He wasn't, flexing and acting like it was, he wasn't acting like it was the Rucker. He wasn't acting like it was Game 7 of a playoff. He did his thing, and you could see the fire in his eyes, but he wasn't celebrating and flexing. And that leads me to, the man of the hour, you know, the guy I call Big Ginobili. Alper Sengun had plays last night where in any other situation, he would have flexed on you. He'd have flexed on you. He'd have roared in your face. He'd have poked his chest out. He'd have did all that. He'd have did all that. But the reason we didn't see him doing all that last night was because Alper Sengun understood it was just a playoff game. And so the fact of the matter that we saw LP getting buckets in many different ways and not celebrating shows his level of maturity. And not only his level of maturity, but his it is it's confidence in it. It's confidence. It's not a big deal to me. I know I can do this. And when you have a star player that's like, I know I can do this, then it don't bother him when he hit going off from three. And he's a center that has been known to have that as you know, um, a default in his game. And even though he has been like, okay, I got to work on my threes, I got to work on my threes, I got to work on my threes. He hitting threes, but he's not flexing and screaming and doing the bow and arrow in the sky, Robin Hood and 3 points and doing the Carmelo hoodie Carmelo 99s to the head. He's not doing none of that. He's just knocking down the threes, give you a little, a little exuberance, and then keep it pushing. Those two guys was calm and resolved, and at the same time, they was working. They was getting in work. They was getting in work. They throwing their bodies around, playing good defense, making the right pass, throwing outs, getting guys involved, and making threes, and still not hella celebratory because they understand it's just game one and this is just we going to work. So the resolve of those two guys really what stood out, and the resolve of those two guys are the reason I think those two guys had the game they had last night. It's the confidence in yourself, the assurance in yourself, the understanding of the moment, coming to work, you know, and getting it in to that degree. Now, who didn't stand out? Who didn't stand out? I'll tell you who didn't stand out. And I know, I might get some pushback for this, but Reece Shepard didn't stand out. He didn't stand out. in a preseason game where, you know, I said over and over again yesterday that Reed Shepard had to come out and be aggressive and confident. He was confident. He was aggressive. And I think I might have underestimated what I needed him to do. So as far as my expectations, I'll put that on me because I expected aggressive and confident to be enough for him to stand out, but it just wasn't. It just wasn't. You know, I don't know if the boy need a mohawk. Yeah, he need a wrist bandana. I mean, a wristband or sleeve or something to make him pop, but he's just not popping. He's just not popping. When you see guys like JJ Barea for the first time, they pop. They pop. When you see TJ McConnell, they pop. Braun, Furby, Furby, what's his name? Furby, the guy that had the dunk. These guys pop out. Reed Shepard is just not popping. To me, doesn't mean he didn't have a good game. He just didn't stand out. Is that a problem for me in my mind? Kind of, sort of, because I have to ask myself: are you too, complacent? Are you too complacent? Are you too, comfortable that you're gonna have a job in the NBA? Your mom and daddy gonna take care of you, or you can go back to school and be a car salesman. You know, maybe you can play baseball. I don't know. You know, but he just didn't pop. Or is it just like I'm fundamental? I'll have a 9, 10, 11, 12 year in the league because I don't mess up a lot. I don't care if I pop. As long as I get to play basketball, I'm good. I just want to go out here and make a career out of playing basketball. And it don't matter if I pop or not. I'll eventually get good or something. Maybe it's along those lines. But in my mind's eye, in my thought process, it's something about me personally, that in that situation, I think even as calm as much as I admire the calm and resolve, the steady hand of JD Davidson, because even though he had a steady hand, he was still going off. But as much as I resolve the steady hand of JD Davis and Albert Shangoon, I still say for Reed Shepard, it's the exact opposite of what he needed to do. It's the exact opposite of what he needed to do to pop out. He did, you know, make some plays, make some good passes. You go baseline and you make the cross court pass to an open three for Jabbar. You know where your guys at. I dig it. You make the little running, the little drifting 3-pointer. I'm not big on drifting 3-pointers from white boys. Let me tell you, I'm not big on drifting 3-pointers from white boys. I really don't care if my white boy drift when he shoot the three. You know what I mean? Don't use you got a little bit of athleticism. Don't use it just to drift on your 3-pointer. I want to see you, you know, clean cut egghead motherfucker. I want to see you just straight up and down. I want to see you straight up and down shoot your shot. But I know he was coming off and he had to drift a little bit to get his shot off. And I'm cool with that, but that's not really what was gonna make him pop to me. And even if he had got up and made more shots, that wasn't what was gonna make him pop to me. The pass that he made to Jabbar, the fact that he made that pass, he had to jump and he had to struggle to make that pass. It was nothing exceptional about that pass other than the fact that he didn't turn the ball over. Now, if he'd have went baseline and he'd have already knew, okay, they coming with the trap, I'm gonna have to whip this ball to Jabbar, and you could have tell he anticipated that pass before he got in the air or before he jumped, before he realized I gotta jump and throw this pass, he'd have zipped it. You could see it in his eyes that that was his plan. It would have stood out different. That pass would have stood out different to me. You know, even when guys are coming down and you see him getting into the passing lane and like, okay, I'm gonna make a little I'm gonna make a little noise in the passing lane. If I'd have saw Reed Shepard, you know, knock the ball loose and then dive on the floor for the ball. I know it's preseason. I know it's preseason, but this is what I'm telling you about certain guys. You want to see certain guys if they have the I can go all out. I can go all out. Do you got it in you? Are you cut from that cloth? Are you really built for this team? Are you built for what we are here? Let me tell you something. You take Scotty Brooks and you take Reed Shepard and put them side by side. Who you taking? You taking Scotty Brooks or Reed Shepard? You understand what I'm saying? That's a problem. That's a problem because Scotty Brooks wasn't a third overall pick, first, second, no, none of that. Okay, I'll give you another one. And I've used this comparison before. Brent Price. Brent Price. Matt Maloney. Matt Maloney was a 27-year-old rookie. Matt Maloney was a 27-year-old rookie when he came to the Rockets. I mean, yeah, he was in his prime, but things about Matt Maloney just he had a little bit more oomph to his game than what I'm seeing from our third overall pick. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I just want to see a little bit more from him. I'm not gonna beat him up. I'm not gonna sit up here and rag on the dude and say the dude had a bad game. I'm just saying, read if you're looking, if you're listening. First of all, be on the lookout for the mini doc. The mini doc on Reed Shepard is coming out soon. It's gonna be fire. Because obviously I else would Reed. He was my pick the whole time. It was either him or one of those giants. I was gonna pick Reed or a giant regardless. And I settled on Reed before, even over Zach Edey and Klingon and Philip uh Filipowski, who I liked a lot when he was in college. People said he wasn't gonna be nothing, but the boy is a baller. Um, anyway, Reed Shepard was my pick. The mini doc on Reed Shepard is coming out. Now, while I'm saying that, if you made it this far, like and subscribe. We're 22 minutes in, and if you made it this far into the video, hit the like and subscribe. Come back. I got more content coming out, like the mini doc on Reed Shepard that you don't want to miss. I think it's actually going to be my best one yet. If you haven't seen the other mini docs, the Chaos Engine, Tori Eason, Big Shot Bari, the Wizard, Alpha Shangoon, you can go check those mini docs out. Terra Twin, Almond Thompson, you can go check those mini docs out, and get a feel for, some of the other stuff about your team. Now, with that being said, I'm not going to just beat up Reed Shepard because I enjoyed the way he played. He just didn't pop out for me. Glad he did hit a three, since you're supposed to be Cocaine Curry. You know what I mean? Cocaine Curry. You can't be Cocaine Curry, if you playing like heroin. You know what I mean? You on that boy. You playing like you on that boy, and you supposed to be yachted up. You know what I mean? Uh, Hypothetically, metaphorically speaking. So, I want to see Cocaine Curry. I don't want to see. I don't want to see heroin Shepherd. but, hey, look. Now, I'm gonna put these two guys in the same basket. No, I'm gonna say that for later. I'm gonna say that for later because you know what? Now let me go ahead and get it out there. I'm gonna go ahead and get it out there. Ahmed Thompson and Tari Eason played equal to me. They had equal games to me, and Ahmed had if you space it out over the full game, Ahmed would have had an exceptional game, as would have Tari Eason. Neither one of those guys hedged out the other one in any capacity to me. Those guys are a perfect blend of player. Now you might say one is better than the other one, or the other one is better than the one, but they are the perfect blend of players. They produce the same amount. And you might could say, that Tari's 6 rebounds outdoes Ahmed's assists and Ahmed's rebounds, right? But Ahmed's pocket pass to was it LP or Clint Capella? I want to say it was LP. The pocket pass to LP was different. That pocket pass that Amin did to LP was different. That is something to be amazed at. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you. If you can look forward to Amin being able to make that pocket pass and make the lob pass, you can really, in a nutshell, say that James Harden made his living off of two main passes: the alley oop to Clint Capella and the pocket pass to Clint Capella. When he was in Houston, two passes that James Harden made the most was the pocket pass to Clint Capella and the alley oop to Clint Capella. Those were his main two passes. And if Amin can be efficient, um, if he can be, well wrapped up, not loose with the ball, and complete those pocket passes and lob passes to Clint Capella, this season is going to be phenomenal. Put this on your whiteboard. You got a whiteboard, you got a notepad in your phone. Put this down. It's October the 7th, almost 9:30. Almost 9:30. And I'm telling you this. If Amin Thompson, if Amin Thompson is good with the pocket pass and the lob pass this year, this dude is gonna be so scary, bro. Because you have to account for his speed. You have to account for his speed. So a lot of times when you try to account for a guy's speed, you're not really trying to steal the ball. You're just trying to stay in front of him. And to stay in front of him, you have to have your arms at a certain level. You have to have your arms at a certain level. Now, some guys can play defense with the hand down and the hand high, to try to play fundamental defense. But if you got your left hand down when he's going to the goal, then you can almost guarantee that that's going to be a lob. If you got your hands mid level, both hands up mid level, and you backing up and you cutting him off, you can almost guarantee that that can be a pocket pass. And that alone changes the whole dynamic of his game. You don't even have to talk to me about whether or not he hit a three last night and cashed out.
That's some dysfunctional.
Oh, no.
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
You don't even have to talk to me about whether the boy cashed out or not. We know he did. And that part of his game is the least worrisome part of his game to me. It's a lot of people like me who say that his ball handling is more important than his shooting, and I would agree with that. I would agree that Amin Thompson's ball handling in this situation is more important than his shooting because you have players like Jason Kidd and Rajon Rondo, you know, that have made a living not being a Russell Westbrook, not being an efficient jump shooter, or not being an efficient shot off the dribble, or none of that. So we've seen that happen before. That's not the big deal. The big deal is whether or not they can manipulate the offense, they can create separation off the dribble, they can get guys involved, they can read the defense and see where it's going, they can pass guys open, they know how to, when I say manipulate the defense, I mean position themselves to where they can move the defense in a way to where they can open up a passing lane to get the ball to somebody. Those things are going to matter, and that's why I think his ball handling is going to matter more than his shooting. 12, 10, and 12, 8, and 8 is great. 12, 8, and 8 for your point guard is great if his turnovers is low and he's playing hellified defense. right? I mean, let's just look at it. If Armin gave you 12, 8, and 8 with the defense he plays, that would make him a great point guard right there. That would make him a championship caliber point guard. That alone. With low turnovers, 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, steal block. That would make him a championship caliber point guard alone. How do I know? Because we've seen players do it with less. We've seen players average less in the season and still come out to be championship point guards in the you know, still make it to the championship in the postseason. But Tari's motor, rebounding, ability to score effortlessly almost. You can put Tari on the floor and look up and he'll just have 6 points. He'll just have 6 points. Where Tari Eason made the comment about, they should run a play for me. I think they did run a play for him. But guess what? The 10 points he scored, I don't think those was on plays that they ran for him. They were just Tari doing Tari. And that's the thing. Like if you actually for those of you who don't know, Tari Eason made the comment. They asked what he didn't make the comment. He replied to the question, what do you feel like is you contributing more to the team or something along those lines. That I just want to be able to contribute more and get more opportunity. What do you configure to get more opportunity? Well, if they ran a play for me, something like that, a quarter, where I could show, I can get the opportunities that I can show that whatever. And that could be a point of contention, but I didn't feel like it was a point of contention because Ime replied, in a way that I feel like was quite valid. But at the same time, I also feel like that the way that Tari played last night, it kind of showed that whether you run a play for me or not, I still can score 20, 21 points a game. I still can score 20, 21 points a game because they ran a play for him. He didn't score on that play, but he still had 10 points. He still had 10 points and 6 rebounds. Right? And they only played I want to say they only played what was it? 14 minutes or something? 18 minutes or something low. I mean, it's well under 20. It might have been 20 minutes. Let's say it was well under 20 minutes. They didn't play 20 minutes last night. They might have played 16, 17 minutes. Why is that important? Why is that important? Because if you say, well, if Armin, KD, and Albert Shangon are on the floor, then Armin's going to get you 20 points. Because he had 11. He had 11 points. He had 1 rebound, I think 3 assists, a steal, no block. A steal, no block. So he did not complete the what do you call it? The 2 and 2. He did not complete the 2 and 2 last night. The 2 steals, 2 blocks. Oh my days. Okay. He did not complete the 2 steals, two blocks challenge last night. He did have 2 steals. He had 0 blocks. Okay. The stats was going crazy last night. But so let's compare the stats a little bit. And if my stats are right, they could be wrong. I'm looking at ESPN.com stats. And Tari played 11 minutes. Armin played 26 minutes. Well, You know what? Okay, 15 minutes. So what? 15 minutes. So what? Armin had. I'm in. I'm in for my boy House because I know House might tell me I'm saying it wrong. I'm gonna say amen. Just maybe House will pop out the woodwork somewhere and be like, "It's Amin. It's Amin Thompson." I mean, a Muslim might say I mean. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna say Amin Thompson had 11 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks, 1 for 3 from 3 pointers, 2 for 2 from the free throw. 26 minutes. Tari Eason had 11 minutes, played 11 minutes. He had 10 points. He had 6 rebounds. He had 2 assists. He had 0 steals, 0 blocks, 0 for 1 from 3, 0 for 0, 0 for 0 from the free throw line. I left out a particular stat. If you're in the chat, could you guess what stat I didn't mention from these two players? Could you guess what stat I didn't mention from these two players? Now, if you're catching this on the playback on the stream, you can just comment, I knew he was going to bring this up because obviously I have to bring it up. But I'll tell you where I stand on this thing. Give me 1 second. And I'll tell you where I stand. All right. Shit's finna get real. Shit finna get real.
Don't be alarmed, Renee.
Tari Eason had a grand total of 1 turnover. The Chaos Engine, Tasmanian Tari, out of control. Need to have his head in the game. Need to be more aware when he has the ball offensively. What else? Need to make the right plays and this and that. Tari. He had 1 turnover. He did what he was supposed to do. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He was a little more calmer than what he usually is. He was a little more focused on trying to make sure that he paid attention to details. He was spraying the ball where he was supposed to spray the ball. He was moving the ball where he was supposed to move the ball. He was doing all the things that he's supposed to do. That is the third person that I think came with their hard hat and lunch pail. That's the third person. He kept his turnovers down. He outscored your prize possession. He out rebounded your prize possession. And he showed that what he has been since he walked onto a Toyota Center labeled floor day one, he very much still is. It's no reason to doubt Tari Eason. There's no reason to doubt Tari Eason. The only reason a person would doubt Tari Eason is because they bias. Only a biased person would say, Tari got to do this, Tari got to do that, Tari got to do this, Tari got to do that. He just don't have to do it. He has to, but it's only because that's what he does. That's what he does. That's what he gonna do. But as far as Tori having to take a step, here's the thing. If you say to me, "Oh, Tori Eason got to take a step," like what's the step? What tip? What step did Tori Eason got to take to be who he can possibly be? You can say, well, you got to shoot the ball more consistently. Tori Eason's not a bad shooter. He got to turn the ball over less. Tori Eason don't turn the ball over a lot. What step do Tori got to take to be who he's supposed to be? Nobody can tell me. Nobody can tell me. The only thing people can tell me is that Tori is he not this, he not that, he not this, he not that. I'm not listening. I ain't going. I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't going. Yeah. We can keep it going because I'm gonna let you know right off the bat. Anybody trying to convince me that see, I'm gonna tell you something about me. The reason I like the formal debate setting is because I don't like the people to be able to hide behind somebody else jumping in and throwing in random nonsense in a opportunity for you to learn or understand something that you didn't understand or know before. So what happens in debates, because I got all night. I mean, I got all night. What happens in debates is this. Go to any debate in black people YouTube. And what you'll hear is, hey, the sky is blue. Yeah, man, I know the sky is blue. That's semantics. And then somebody else will jump in and then they'll say something random. Like, yeah, but the clouds in there. And then somebody else will jump in and be like, yeah, I know that, but see. And what happens is the person who had the point that they was trying to get out, they seem like they don't know what the hell they're talking about because they never got to tell you what their point was. And you never got an opportunity to fully engage with the person to find out what's the validity of their point. So therefore, you didn't holistically learn anything. You didn't even take the opportunity to learn anything. You didn't open your mind up and see if I see something that you don't see or if you see something that I don't see. Right? Because here's the thing. You can tell me, hey, look, I see XYZ. And if I don't see it, I just don't see it, bro. But I can't tell you you didn't see it. And if I tell you I see something, you can't tell me I don't see it. That just means it's something that you don't see. It don't mean it's not there. So what we have to do is we have to learn to say, okay, look, I don't see that. Tell me what you saw, and then I have to listen to you and hear if I can see what you saw. That way I learn. But if I'm just sitting here going back and forth and saying blah 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 blah, and I'm not learning nothing, and I'm just saying, okay, yeah, but I see this. Well, I see this, and I see this, and I see this, and I see this. It gets to be stale. It gets to be stale because now what we're doing is basing it on opinions. Why am I saying all this? What I mean, yes, but what does it mean? Yes, but what does it mean? What I'm telling you is this. If you think that right now today, Tari Eason and Amin Thompson are not almost equal players, I'm just gonna say, you know, Dave Chappelle didn't just do a show. You know, he expressed reality through comedy. And yes, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Co- co- Cocaine is a hell of a drug in the comic sense, metaphorically. If you think that if Tar Eason went out and in 11 minutes, I mean in 11 minutes, he had 10 points and 6 rebounds. Stretch that out over double that. So let's say in 22 minutes, he could have had 17 points and 10 rebounds. And Amon Thompson played 26 minutes, which is crazy work for me. Crazy work for Amon Thompson to play 26 minutes and have 11 points. But let's just say, I know he didn't play 26 minutes. Let's say he played 25 minutes. But let's say he did play 26 minutes. Double it. That's 48 minutes, 42 minutes, or 52 minutes. Well, overtime. And let's say in an overtime game, Amon Thompson had 21 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, no blocks, and 8 turnovers. And in 22 of those minutes in an overtime game, Tari had 20 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, no blocks, no steals, 2 turnovers. Guess what? Both guys played a good game. One guy did it in 22 minutes. One guy did it in 52 minutes. Played every minute of an overtime game. And all I'm trying to tell you right now is, don't sleep on Tari Eason. If I have to continue to say this, I'm telling you, my mind is going to pop. Tari Eason and Amon Thompson can be the Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen of defense. I have to keep saying it because people don't understand the validity of what I'm saying. You understand that Michael Jordan was an all defensive player of the year type caliber shooting guard. You understand that Scottie Pippen is widely regarded as one of the best defensive players of all time at small forward. Do you understand why they won 6 championships? Because you had 2 wing defenders that were regarded as 2 of the greatest defenders ever. 2 of the greatest wing defenders ever. So when you bring in a Dennis Rodman, now you have 3 of the greatest defenders of all times on the effing team. And so, why is that important? Because in order to have that kind of success, you don't let Tari slip through your fingers. You don't put Scottie Pippen on the effing bench for another year. You just don't. I said this last year when it came to Amon. People were saying, well, Jabari gonna start. Jabari gonna start.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
You don't put Amon Thompson on the bench. Why would you put the best perimeter defender in the league on the bench? Who does that? It blows me, bro. It blows me. Some of the stuff people say when they want to debate, it blows me. So that's why I offer people to come to my platform, debate one-on-one. You don't got no backup. You don't got no support. You don't need no hype man. You don't need no cheerleader. You don't need no security guard. Top flight of the world, Craig. You don't need none of that. Come on here and debate one-on-one about what you saying. Come on here and tell me, oh, we need to put Amon on the bench for the rest of the year. You want to put Amon on the bench for the rest of the year, bro? For what? For Jalen Green and Jabari? and then you trade Jalen Green, and right now, if Ime said Jabari go to the bench right now, Amin would still be a starter. They can say, Ime can say right now, I want to start Amin, Kevin Durant, Dorian Finney-Smith, Albert Shangon, and Steve O. And people be like, man, that's a tight lineup. And Jabari will be on the bench. And I'm saying, like last year, I'm saying, why the hell would you not start? Why is you talking about sending Amin back to the bench? What kind of sense does that make? And I'm saying the same thing right now today. How in the Sam Hill, how in the Hank Hill can you make me believe that Tari Eason and Amin Thompson don't supposed to be playing on the floor together when we've seen what happens when great defenders play on the floor together? When they start together, they build up camaraderie together, they cool with each other. Now, all that being said, I don't know about his knee. I don't know about the ligaments and the I don't know about all that. I'm not talking about all that. But if he say, hey, look, I want to start, play me until my knee fall the F off. Don't this hey look, don't psyop me. Don't give me no psyops. I don't need no psyop. I don't need no psychological operation performed on me. If the dude say he want to start, don't tell me about what his knee problem is. Let him play until that motherfucker roll off. Let him play until he Kawhi Leonard. Let him play until his stuff don't work no more. And then when his stuff don't work no more, you deal with it accordingly. Because people will say, well, Kawhi Leonard did do. Well, they didn't have to let Kawhi Leonard get away with that all them years. You're not getting away with that in Clear City. Not in the Big Horn. You in the Big Horn and you think you're going to, that's why they shipped Kawhi all the way to Toronto. Because you're not doing that shit in the Big Horn. You come to the Longhorn State and you think that you're going to just sit there and not play and not come to work and this, that, and the third. Man, everybody side-eyeing you. Everybody side-eyeing you. Right? So my thing is, let's say Tari got whatever in his knee. He had it, they got it fixed. Is it fixed or no? Because last year he wasn't playing on back-to-back, but he still played the whole year. He didn't have no injury. He played mostly all year last year, but it wasn't on backs-to-backs. He played, and he was good. And if he said, hey, look, I'm good to go this year, ready to play, and boom, would you not start him? Would you not say, hey, give me Jordan and Pippen defense on the perimeter? Why? Why would you do that? Why? I mean, literally, like my mind, I would never grasp the concepts of some things. The obvious answer would be, well, because Jabari is clutch and, you know, he's fundamental and he can shoot. But we need shooting, man, and dribbling. And but we need dribbling and shooting and stuff like that. Yeah, get out of here. We're talking about we need dribbling and shooting, and we're gonna talk about Jabari. Jabari is dribbling and shooting like that. Jabari is not dribbling and shooting no better than Tari, bro. Look at the stats. Look at the stats. Yeah, he in the playoff. He did it. 7 games, bro. You talking about over a 7-game span? But Jabari is 7, 6, 10. But Tari Eason cannot rebound Jabari. And I'm not hating on Jabari. I'm not hating on Jabari at all. All I'm saying is you can't make me believe that Jabari is so much better than Tari that you don't want to play him. Why is that important? Because now we winding it all down to this basic fundamental idea. Amin can be goated. Tari can be goated. Jabari can be goated. LP can be goated. Well, we need Steven Adams in the game. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No, he cannot. You can't tell me, bro. You can't tell me that it's important to have Steven Adams in the game over Jordan and Pippen defense. But what about the offense, dog? Steven Adams bring your offense? Steven Adams is the you telling me that Tari shouldn't be on the floor because you want Steven Adams offense? But he rebound. Tari can't rebound, bro. They compared the man to Dennis Rodman in his rookie. Get the fuck out my face, bro. Get out my face with that nonsense. You're not even being logical. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Steven Adams ain't one of the greatest offensive rebounders we ever seen. But I'm saying if anybody can make a splash on rebounding like Steven Adams can, it's Tari. It's Tari. And guess what else Tari can do? He can make that defense hell with Armin and Jabari and KD on the floor. Can Steven Adams do the same? Yeah, he can protect the rim. Niggas ain't getting to the rim on them four guys. LP back there chilling. He ain't worried about that. You got Armin and Tari and Bari on the floor. LP ain't chilling. You talking about you want Reed Shepherd to start? Anyway, my whole point for this whole thing is this. I'm not gonna make this a 2-hour rant on Armin and Bari being the perfect pair of people. I'm not gonna make this a full episode, full show about how much I believe that the perfect pair is Armin and Tari. They called the Terror Twins. You know what? I'm gonna end this whole shit with this. If this was the debate, I would say something that goes like this. I would say something that goes like this. If ever you could imagine the thought of the Splash Brothers being a glimmer in your mind of what could possibly be the greatest shooting backcourt of all time, and somebody was to come to you and say, yeah, but Clay can't dribble. We need to put somebody at the shooting guard position that can dribble and slash because that's what shooting guards do. What would you tell that person? Hindsight is 2020, but foresight is 100 when you got it like I do. When E.F. Hutton talk, people don't listen. People don't listen. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna move right along. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, we down to my guy. We down to my guy. And I'm gonna package these two dudes together as well. And then I'll get into some of my others. Who are these others? I'm gonna package these two dudes together. Clint Capella and Steve Adams. They are our twin towers. Steve Adams and Clint Capella, they the twin towers. We're gonna call them something else. I don't know what the official name of them gonna be, you know, but you know, they are like the Autobots, bro. They're like the Autobots. They bring the exact thing that they need to bring when they come in the game. Steve Adams is that bruiser, tough offensive rebounder, setting picks all over the place. Still got the little boy on your arms when he need to have them, able to spring immediately from where he needs to catch the ball at. You're not taking the ball away from him. Still out there cracking jokes and being scary while he doing it because he cracking jokes with you, but you still not gonna F with him. And Clint Capella is just the opposite. Clint Capella is come in, I'm swagged up, you know, I'm yamming on people, I'm catching the alley, I'm calling for alleys, I'm showing my athleticism, you know, um, I'm still getting it in from moving and positioning my body into the perfect position to catch this alley, seal this man, so that he have to make one step more than what it takes me to jump. Watch Clint Capella's feet. When he shuffle his feet and he kind of get himself on the hip of that man and he make the shuffle to where that guy has to make one step around where Clint Capella can get to that alley. It's just what it is, bro. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty for Clint Capella. The way he move himself and position his defensive man out of position so he can make that rim run and get to the alley oop. I love it. I love it. And Steven Adams and Clint Capella are a great addition to this team. Now, guess what I'm gonna do? Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up Steven Adams and Clint Capella stats because that's what I do. You know what I mean? I could pull up everybody's stats, but we don't have to. Clint Capella, Steve Adams. All right. Hold up, Willie. Hold up, Willie and the chemist. Hey, look. We pulling up Clint Capella and Steve Adams stats right now. And I just want to kind of do a little overview on what we could and should expect from them on a night-to-night basis. I think both of these guys are excited about playing. I don't think this is like a Dikembe Mutombo situation to where, hey, we're not gonna really play until the end of the season. We just kind of Jeff Green type shit. I don't think neither one of these guys are like that. I think both of these guys are expecting, you know, give me 3 minutes, give me 3 minutes a quarter. Give me 3 minutes a quarter to get in there and do some things. And if you need me, I'll be ready. I think both of these guys are ready for that kind of year. Mutombo, we wouldn't bring Mutombo in until we would save Mutombo until the in like halfway through the season. So, but Jeff Green is kind of that guy now. Steve Adams kind of got himself into playing shape last year, and he not no slouch. He's not no slouch. By the time playoffs hit last year, Steve Adams was in rare form. Steve Adams was in rare form by the time playoff came last year. I think it was a game where he had, was it a bunch of blocks or a bunch of points? It was one of the two. It was one of the two. He had a bunch of blocks or a bunch of points. Steve Adams, bro. Let's look at these stats right quick, okay? Taking a little while to pull up. Now we're gonna pull them up. We're gonna get into this right here. I said last night, brody. Look at this. 8 points, 8 points. 4 for 4, 4 for 5. 5 rebounds, 5 rebounds. 3 offensive, 2 offensive. Steve Adams had 2 assists. Clint Capella had 1 block. Steve Adams had 3 turnovers. That's not gonna happen often. Clint Capella had 1 turnover. That's about average. And so together, they played a total of 34 minutes combined. Let me tell you what that says to me. Let me tell you what that says to me. And it's funny because look, for those of y'all who come here, and check me out, you get this kind of insight. and I haven't heard anybody say this. So if anybody said this, shout out to them. I'm not trying to knock your hustle. If nobody said this, hey, what's new? But if Steve Adams and Clint Capella played 34 minutes, that only tells me that he's planning. If that's the rotation he plans on playing, that tells me he plan on starting the big man. He plan on starting the big man and having Shangun at center because those you're not gonna play Clint Capella and Steve Adams 34 minutes in a preseason game unless that you are anticipating them probably having those minutes overall. So I think it's safe to say that he's gonna go double big lineup. He's gonna go double big lineup. And double big lineup to me means KD at the two. And I'm cool. I'm definitely cool with KD at the two. But 34 minutes for Steve Adams and Clint Capella is great numbers. That's great numbers for them. If they putting out that, if they giving you 16 rebounds together and I mean 10 rebounds, 16 points, what was it, 5 assists and a block between the two of them? 2 assists and a block between the two of them. That's cool. That's cool. You know, that's good efficiency from them guys because Al Shangun is going to get you. Come on now, Al Shangun is going to get you 19 and 12. I mean, 20, 21 and 12, 21 points, 12 rebounds, and then you got between Clint Capella and you got between Clint Capella and Steve Adams. They're going to bring you in 16 points and they're gonna bring in 16 points and 10 rebounds. So I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. That's nice. Now, as far as whether I would prefer to have a big man lineup or not, it, I'm kind of I'm neither here nor there. I'm neither here nor there. I probably wouldn't, like I said before. I probably would lean Tory, but I'm not gonna cry if I see Steven Adams or Clint Capella starting. I'm not gonna cry over that. I'm not gonna cry over spoiled milk because I mean overall it still is it's still right in the mind frame of how I think. It's still right in the mind frame of I'm gonna break the league. It's right along those lines. I'm breaking the league one way or the other. Because by putting Clint Capella, by putting Steve Adams and Alper Shangun on the floor together, you taking so much pressure off Alper Shangun. Um, you making the pick setting job very diverse. Anybody can come out instead of pick and do anything, and then you making the wings. I mean, that's incredible, and you cap it all off with super speed. Only thing might be for me is is to be totally honest. If I was gonna play Tari, KD, Albert Shangun, Steve Adams, that would be the one situation I would say, okay, sit on the bench and just let Reed Shepard start. This lineup is so cracked. It's so cracked out. I don't even need you. I don't even need out there. But that's just like pie in the sky, hypothetical bullshit, mumbo jumbo. There's no way that I'm gonna say there's no way that I'm not gonna start Alvin Thompson in real life. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. What we got right here? Shout out. Shout out in the cash app, man. Shout out in my cash app, bro. Appreciate you, Brody. Appreciate you, brother. I ain't gonna call you out because you ain't put you ain't got no comments. Nobody don't even know you in here, but shout you out though. Appreciate you. That's love. One love, one dog, one bone. Um, hey, look. So now I can close down the rest of the team with these couple of words. We got some dogs out there. You know what I mean? We got some dogs out there. Everybody from Goggles LeBron, I always forget his name, you know, but boy was showing that he had handles out there. He passing the ball with one hand on the cockback pass. He zipping it across the court. We seen my boy Cam Matthews. We know what he about. Um, um, Dread, Dreadhead out there, Dreadhead out there. Trying to get buckets, moving extra aggressively. You know what I mean? Trying to get buckets. I forget his name too. I mean, all them guys, I forget their name. I ain't forget Cameron Matthews' name, but I think his name is Balake. Balake? Balake? What's the name? Balake? You was out there trying to get your you was out there trying to get your action.
Functional shit.
Oh, no, not that one.
That's how you supposed to. Son of a You done messed up.
Balake. Balake was out there getting buckets, trying to get buckets anyway. So look, the rest of the squad, if you on the practice squad, you on the G League squad, all them dudes can fill a role. You know who I forgot about? You know how I forgot about closing out hard, playing, all over the place, just being a being a being like a to me kind of remind you of a Mario Ellie type player, Josh Okogie. Josh Okogie kind of remind me of a Mario Ellie type player. You know, it wasn't nothing that he didn't do, but it wasn't nothing that he needed to do. Everything that he needed to do, he did. He closed out hard on 3 pointers. You know, he was in there scrapping when he needed to be in there scrapping. He was making the right pass. It wasn't nothing spectacular, but he looked very sound and very promising as a player. So that's all the guys. From where I stand. Like I said, old boy with the goggles. If I say one player that I didn't expect to see last night to do something, it was him. His skill set. He's very confident in his skill set. You know, and I'll say that he's very confident handling the ball, very confident making passes. He looked like if you leave him open for a second, he'll fire that thing up from wherever he at. Don't sleep on him. I don't remember what his name is. I mean, I'll look it up later. I'm not into that right now. But old boy with the glasses is very confident. Um, he could be somebody that pop on the radar sooner or later. You know, or whatnot. Now, with that being said, um, if there's any questions, you know, I see we got a couple of people in the building. Nobody dropping no chats. That's cool. You know, you want to stay low key. That's cool. But if you hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. That would be nice. And I got a couple more things that I'm gonna get into while I'm here. You know what I mean? Because I got myself scheduled for a couple more hours. Now we can get into some of this other small dynamics. What I feel about, you know what? Give me one second. All right. I just need to reach around. I need to reach around and reach around and reach something right quick. Okay. We can get into what I feel about Ime Udoka overall last night because it almost it almost seemed like Ime Udoka was like in mid season form last night. Yeah, he wasn't dialing up, he wasn't dialing up NFL offensive coordinator type shit, but he was a little talkative about what he was looking at, and that was good to see. That was good to see. Obviously, like I mentioned earlier, the precision in the minutes, of how he played Clint Capella and Steven Adams. That was You know, that was intentional. That was actually one of the things that I didn't notice until just now. I noticed when I looked at the thing that he actually did that at exactly 34 minutes. And that goes to show me that, that's your manager. Your coach is your manager. What? And when your coach is managing when your coach is managing like that, he sat there and he said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna play these guys these minutes. I'm gonna play these guys these minutes," and he ran it out there and it worked to a T. Did it seem like to me that Ime was worried about anything? Absolutely not. I did see certain times where he looked and he was like, "Okay, what am I gonna do about this if this occurs?" Those times were times where Alpha Shangoon wasn't necessarily orchestrating the offense. And so it was times where LP was orchestrating the offense, and you would look out there and you would say, you know, the best player on the team ain't there. What happens? What happens now? Because obviously it would start to die down a little bit. And so I think Ime would dial, in his head, trying to calculate what his next move would be. But obviously we know we got Kevin Durant, and we'll find out about how Kevin Durant fits into that role tomorrow. So I think it was good that Kevin Durant didn't play last night. To me, it was one of the best things that could have happened that Kevin Durant didn't play last night. We're not even gonna get into the fact that Fred VanVleet at that, but the fact that Kevin Durant allowed the team to come out and see, okay, I know what I bring to the table, and I know the kind of angst people can have playing with a superstar of that caliber. I understand, the gravity that I bring, and people might get nervous playing with me. I want I want them to go out and play and just y'all play y'all game and let me watch and see how it looks. Now I can come in and fit in to what is already going on. That was a big move, and I don't know if that move came from Ime or was that a specific request from Kevin Durant. They sat down together and decided, hey, this is how we're gonna do it. I want you to watch and see how we play, and then you can find your spot. Or did Kevin say, hey, let me sit back tonight because I don't really necessarily need to play. You know what I'm gonna do? I really rather watch them and see how they play. But either way it pans out, I think it was nice to see that Kevin Durant didn't play last night. Why is that so? Why is that important? You might ask yourself, you'll say, EF, what the hell are you talking about? And I would say, hey, look, if Kevin Durant was out there last night, some of the shots that JD Davidson was taking, he might would have second guessed himself and said, should I pass this shot to Kevin Durant? You see? You see how that worked? That means somebody smarter than the average bear. Somebody sat back and said, in order for these guys to really get that flow in that field, we don't need to have a safety valve for them right now. We need guys to come in and go to work. And if they know you got a crutch, safety net, they might not come in and put in work like they're supposed to. See, I used to go to work at my last job. I would get there and you would just see people automatically, going on break, smoke break, you know what I mean? Start getting on their phone. Well, because they know I'm there. And if you know I'm here, then you know that okay, I'm gonna come in and zoom around and go ham, and I'm gonna make up for all the stuff that I see that's already out of place and what needs to be done and this, that, and the third. Then you're gonna look at it and you're gonna say, well, okay, you know, I can kind of chill for a minute while things get put back in position, and I got a crutch. I got a crutch. But if I come in and I just sit and chill and watch what everybody doing and how everything is going for a little while, Now I can say, okay, well, this is the tempo of what's going on. This is what I see. And now when I get in, I just can slide right in. Now, of course, still gonna have the psychological, ramifications of, you know, when that guy walk in the building. But I've already seen how you do when I'm not here now. So now that I saw you do that. I saw you go off by yourself. Don't expect for me to carry this burden by myself. I think that's gonna be part of it as well. As well. Now, what? Oh hell no. Let's see. Let's see. What else? What else we gonna pull up? Let me see. Let me see. So that's email. That's and okay, we talked about we talked about email. You know what else we can talk about? Let me check this out right quick, and then I'm gonna get right back in here with y'all. The reason why I think it's good that he didn't play, because tomorrow when he does play, we're gonna find out, you know, not what not what kind of player Kevin Durant really is, but exactly how cerebral he really is. Like I said yesterday, the first game in last year against the Lakers, Kevin Durant played. He scored 6 points, played 14 minutes. So I don't expect Kevin Durant to play a lot of minutes, but I do expect Kevin Durant to try to get a good feel for what guys are going to do when he's on the floor. The difference between tomorrow's game and yesterday's game is this. Let me tell you what it is. My bad. The difference between what I think tomorrow's game is going to be is those young players. No effing way. Those young players that Utah has gonna cause problems. They're gonna cause problems. It's crap. Remember that Utah just drafted 2 guys. They already got Larry Markkinen. They got Filipowski. They got what's his name? That played with Big Dude, played with Jabari. So they have a fully loaded team. All youngins. All youngins. And Utah could come out tomorrow fully engaged with just raw talent, unscouted raw talent, and just run us off the floor. Nothing that we could do about it. But we got about 14 minutes for Kevin Durant to warm up and show us that when we need a bucket, you can get us a bucket. Because I'm pretty sure, mark my words, this ain't for the faint of heart. This is a red alert. There will be a time in tomorrow's game where we just look and we say we need a bucket. And the ball going to end up in Kevin Durant's hands. And he'll turn, he'll score, he'll get us a bucket. And the sense of resolve will come raining down upon our ketchup and mustard-eyed souls. There will also be a time where we highly covet a basket. And Kevin Durant will be on the bench. Alperen Sengun may be on the bench. And we'll look around and we'll say, who in the Sam hell can get a bucket by their damn self? No Cam, no Jalen. Shout out to Cam and Jalen. Hey, look, listen. 2 of my teams that I'm going to be watching this year, I'm going to be watching Phoenix. I'm going to be watching Washington. I want to see both of them boys get their paper, man. I want to see both of them boys ball out. I want to see Dylan. Dylan come to Dylan came to work in the Scully, bro. Dylan went to work in the Scully. Listen, nobody can't tell me nothing about Dylan Brooks, bro. When you go to work in a Scully, you pull up to go hoop in a Scully, you playing defense on people while they taking out the ball in the offseason, you came there to set the tone. You know, that's what I'm talking about. You know that you there to set the tone. You came in a Scully, bro. You hooping on niggas with a skull cap on. You might well have wore a shiesty. You might as well have wore a shiesty to that mother. You know what I'm saying? You come in that mud with a ski mask on. You know? You pull up with a ski mask. You pull up with a ski mask and a shiesty on, man. You come to do work. You come to do work, you Dylan Brooks. That's what I miss. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of intensity that you miss when it's not there. Who has that kind of intensity? We don't know. We don't know who got that kind of intensity. You know, we think it's Ime, but Ime, he old head. He still kind of, he got his belly out and stuff like that when he walk, bro. He might got a belly when he walk. He not really about that life. He got old man strength. He ain't about that life. He ain't pulling up with no Scully on. Who the one? I mean, Cam Matthews, Josh Okogie, maybe. But I'm not. And Holiday, Jay Sean Tate. I forgot about y'all. Not nothing malicious though, Brody. But if it's two people, if it's two people that I wish get traded, man. If it's two people I wish get traded, it might be Aaron Holiday and Jay Sean Tate, bro. Maybe Jeff Green too. Maybe Jeff Green, and not because I don't like. I've always liked Jeff Green way back in the Gap Band, but I just feel like we can get value, and I feel like Jay Sean Tate should be on a team like the Lakers, bro. I feel like Jay Sean Tate should be on a team like the Lakers. Um, he would be more valuable on a contending team with players that don't need hype. I'm gonna tell you the perfect team for Jay Sean Tate. Tell me I'm lying. Jay Sean Tate in Dallas. Jay Sean Tate would be perfect in Dallas. With the team that they got a lot of finesse guys, you know, guys who do their thing in a little saucy kind of way. Jay Sean Tate in Dallas would be fire. Fire. Put Jay Sean Tate in Dallas. Free Jay Sean Tate, man. Jay, Jay, Jay Sean Tate in Dallas is fire. Oh man, look who pull up, man. We an hour and 30 minutes into the stream, and your boy King on deck, man. I'm gonna go ahead and call him King since he had some real good points over on Greenleaf stream. Shout out to Greenleaf, man. As we usually do it. Shout out to Greenleaf, LOR, Locked on Rocket Jack Gat. Shout out to the Chop Shop. But King, why you hating on Bayshawn, man? Bayshawn get it in, man. He our team captain. Bayshawn our team captain. You at work, King? Pull up. Cash out my chat, boy. Shout out to the chat. Jay Sean Tate is one of the few people that I want to see on a different team. I can see him on Dallas. I can see Jay Sean on let's see. That boy on vacation. I see all kind of water and shit like that, man. Hold on, let me get you right. What up, KOD?
What's happening? What it do, man?
Yeah, chilling. Was you on the water like that for real, or that's where you came back from?
That's where I came back from. Me when we went to goddamn Turks and Caicos and shit.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Blue water make you a different person, bro.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Especially while you're on it. You know what I'm talking about?
For sure. 100%. My stomping ground is Belize. I like Key Calca and Palencia and San Pedro. They're my stomping grounds out there.
Right.
So when I get out there and I can swim and I can see the daggone swim and you see the fish, you know what I'm saying? When why are you swimming? You know what I mean? That's a little different for you. Make you feel a little different.
Right on.
But yeah, man, you know what I mean? I don't know how long you been in the chat. I guess you just pulled up in the chat.
Yeah, man. I just pulled out. Well, I pulled up at my gig and opened up my little YouTube and saying you was on. As soon as I come on, you talking about getting Jay Sean Tate the hell up out of here. I concur.
Yeah, for real. I mean, but for your reason and my reason is different. My reason is
look, the enemy of your enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I don't care why you want him up out of here. We are in agreement this time.
Hey, we're in agreement. I ain't ain't got no pushback for you, bro. But he can move around, bro. He can move around.
Yeah. First thing, smoke.
You know what I'm saying? Aaron Holiday too. Looking like I can't. You know what? I don't know if you remember this group. You remember this group called City High? What would you do if the man was at home and the son was on the phone?
Yeah.
That's what Aaron Holiday. I don't know if he looked like them or he looked more like Pusha T. But every time I see this nigga, I be thinking, joyful, joyful, Lord, you are
This
joy.
nigga crazy.
Get this nigga off my team, bro.
Nah. We need to keep Young Holiday. You know what I'm saying? For injuries or whatever, you know what I'm talking about. He can come in and play the point guard position. He can knock down shots. He will compete on defense. You know, so we'll keep him, you know, not necessarily as an emergency, but you got to have that extra guard on your team,
Yeah,
that extra point guard on your team. And he knows the system. He done
mm,
been in the system for 2 years.
that's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah,
Well,
let's go ahead and hold on to Young Holiday, man.
what you think about cause I started out the stream with JD Davison, you know what I mean? Since he the hot topic right now. What you think about JD Davison, man? He the hot topic.
I don't think nothing of him. I mean, he had a good game. He had a good he had a good showing, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I gotta see a lot more. What Mr. T said when he was beating up Rocky, I got a lot more. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot more. So I need to see a lot more
Yeah,
from
nah.
Daniels before I think that he gonna be getting any minutes. You know what I'm saying, when the actual game start.
Yeah. Nah, for
But
me,
you know, with the way MA operate, if he's showing up and performing in practice, particularly on the defensive end, but if he's showing that he can knock down shots, he can penetrate, get into the paint, make the right play. You know what I'm saying? If he's doing that in practice, and then you know in certain games he'll get in there. If he's doing the same thing, well then you know when the injuries come, MA might go on and give him a look, and then it's gonna depend on how he look when he get those 3-4 minutes in a real game.
yeah.
But yeah, so I gotta see a lot more from him. He got this whole preseason, and so if he's showing up and showing out in the entire preseason, then we gonna see. You know, it may will give opportunity to somebody that's playing basketball the way he want them to play it.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, like I say, lunch pail and hard hat. You know what I mean? He came with his
Right.
lunch pail and hard hat on yesterday, bro. And if big body, you know that we heard that been thrown about. He's a big body that we can put out there. You know, he's quick, but nobody said if somebody would have said to me, "Hey, he shoots the same form every time he shoots, but he shoots 22% from three," I would have been like, "Yeah, I like that." Because
I
for
would.
me, no, but hear me out. For me, a guy who trusts his form, I trust my form. I know I'm doing the right procedure when I shoot. I just have to work on I just have to work on my repetitiveness and my breathing and my focus while I'm shooting. I go with that. So when people say he's not a shooter, but I watch him shoot the same exact shot 7 times in a row and he only missed 2 of them. To me, I look at it and I say, no big deal. No big deal because he shoot the same way every time he shot the ball.
Yeah, but I mean, so did Russell Wilson. I mean Russell Westbrook. But at the end of the day, like he just can't shoot. And so I don't care if you shoot the same raggedy shot over and over and over again. If you if you can't shoot, don't be launching them now. If Russell Westbrook would have a hot night, you know what I'm saying? Where he'll hit 7, 8, 9 threes in the game, like he'll just be on fire. But that was just a hot night. You know, you dig what I'm saying? That wasn't something that you can depend on. And if you shooting 22% from three, that ain't something that I want you doing.
But here, the reason why Russell Westbrook didn't shoot well, it was because of his focus. See, basketball is about focus, bro. Who can focus for the longest amount of time on the exact thing you need to focus on when you need to focus on it, you know, for that duration when it needs to happen. Those are the guys who become the stars. Russell Westbrook focus level is different. It's not. I mean, it's not about his form. It's not about his heart or his drive. It's that at certain times he loses focus and he goes off his instinct. And sometimes you got to focus to make that shot. This is why Steph Curry and players like that consistently, higher shooters than most guys. They shoot the same shot. They confident in their routine, and they focus when I know I have to focus and make this shot, I'm gonna focus and make the shot. I'm not gonna just shoot it based off my instinct because I trust my form. I'm also gonna add the focus to the trust factor. Now, with JD Davidson, which was my point, him and Alper Shangoon were the two guys that were totally focused. They came in with their hard hat and their lunch pail. They was calm, they resolved. They wasn't celebrating when they was doing shit, but they was doing shit and getting buckets. They was balling and they wasn't flexing. Like usually when LP bump into somebody and score, he gonna roar and growl in your face and flip gel all in your eye and all that shit. He wasn't doing none of that last night. He was just bumping to you, score, flex a little bit, and go shoot the free throw.
Yeah, but I'm not I'm not I'm not drawn too much into the first preseason game, bro. Like, especially for um like our vets. This is just a practice against a different team. These don't count. So you kind of have a little bit of a freedom, in these games. Then, and I don't mean freedom from MA. I mean just a freedom as far as pressure. You dig what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so when I'm looking at Jabari out at the 3-point line against Trey Young, and he penetrates and goes to the rim and dunks the ball,
Right.
I'm like, damn, that, you know what I'm saying? But do I believe that that's something that Jabari is gonna do throughout the regular season? I don't know. I gotta see that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't seen him do that. Like, put the ball on the floor and get all the way to the rim. Usually, he'll take one or two dribbles and then pull up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, he not just attacking the rim. Seeing LP so freely and willingly just take threes, I don't know that I trust that he gonna do that in the regular season.
Yeah, that's different. That's different. He gotta
Armin launching his threes or whatever. Like, so to me, like, again, this is them playing with a freedom is a a blown up practice. And so, it's like they can kind of, and that's why I was telling people who was kind of like flipping out about Armin with the turnovers or how he looked I'm like, bro, like, we gotta trust and just put the ball in his hands. Like, we can't blow this up and make it bigger than what it is. He trying to learn the position and play the position and figure out how to play the position, the way that the coach wants him to. So it's gonna be some mistakes. Like, we just gonna have to live with it.
Yeah. Now I'm with you on that, but I did make the point earlier, and you can push back on this or not, that Armin having 5 turnovers and Tari having 1 turnover. It does say something about those people who feel like, um, the whole Tari can't do this, Tari can't do that type shit. You know what I mean? It kind of
No.
it kind of put a little dampener on that, on the Tari can't do this, Tari can't do that.
No, it didn't.
But well, let me set it up for you like this. My thing yesterday was 2 things. It was really about focus and about coming. First of all, like you said, you can't put a lot on the preseason game. Now, as far as like Kevin Durant coming in tomorrow, I said that, well, KD coming in tomorrow, blah blah blah. He coming in, and for him to sit back game 1 and let everybody get their rocks off and shoot, see how they play, that was a genius move to me, because he could have came in and he could have kind of threw off the way people wanted to play and what they're really capable of. So for him not to play yesterday was a genius move. So for him coming back tomorrow is a good thing. But yesterday's game, to me, in my mind's eye, was probably going to be the biggest game of the season until we get into, crunch time of the season, because it was going to show who was coming to work, who was coming in to make a statement. Ime came in and made a statement. Alper Shango came and made a statement. Clint Capella came in and made a statement. certain players was coming in last night like, I'm gonna make a statement of what you got to look for these next 82 games. Like, if you watch what Curry did against the Lakers, that's the championship mentality. He came out and I'm gonna show you right now what you in for when you go against me for 2025. And that's what I feel like the Rockets had to do. That's why I said it was probably the most important game until we get deep into the season. And so that's why I took so much from the game. And to see Tari and Reed come out and both of them complete the task that I had set for them in my mind to an extent. For me, Tari's task was to be efficient and to be level headed and to show that he can think the game and be more cerebral. And Reed's was to be more aggressive and more confident. Both of them did what they were supposed to do. Tari did in 11 minutes what Amin did in 26 minutes. But Tari had one turnover, Amin had five. So what it shows me is that at a point, not only are Tom and Amin the perfect two players to pair together, but it shows me that Tari feels like he can think the game the way that most people don't feel like he can think the game.
Yeah, I don't agree with that because Tori don't have the responsibility of So if you looking at turnovers or who's having to fix the game, and who's not. I mean, Tori isn't expected to have to fix the game, right? Like he's just going out there and playing free with no real responsibility. Not as a two guard, not as a point guard, not as a decision maker. So I wouldn't draw that conclusion, especially based off no turnovers. Now again, I don't see no way at all that MA is gonna put Torres in the shooting guard position. Not not for him to play it, especially on the offensive end. Will he guard two guards potentially when he get in the game? But to actually play that position, have the responsibility of that position, no, I don't see it. He don't got the scoring prowess to do that. He don't got the ball handling prowess to do that. He don't got the playmaking prowess to do that.
But now that they came out and they said what I've been saying all along, and I know you've heard it. I know when you heard it, you were like, "Oh yeah, EF been saying that shit for 6 months now."
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. What did they say?
When they said that KD will probably be playing the two, right?
Who said that?
That's the word in the street that Ema's thinking about playing. Ema thinking about playing Armin, KD, Bari, Shangoon, and Steven Adams, and KD will be at the two, right? So with that being said, I know you've been hearing me say this forever that KD is a shooting guard. Me and you had this conversation over and over and over again over these past couple of months. And in my mind's eye, I'm still like, if you're gonna put KD at the two, why not just put Tari back at the three and play Amin, KD, Tari, Bari, and Shangoon, and leave Steve Adams to come off the bench. You still gonna sub him out when you need to sub him out. You still gonna play Capella and Steven Adams for 30 minutes, you know, but you just sub him out when you need to sub him out.
But then that's because he wants to dominate the paint. MA wants to dominate the paint. And so by having Steven Adams and Al P on the court at the same time, that allows him to make sure that they can dominate the paint, they can get into their zone defense anytime down the floor that they want to, particularly after make. And so he can play the defense that he kind of want to play, especially if Steven Adams, is now with his legs got the ability to play bigger minutes. So
Yeah.
at that point, now it comes down to are you gonna put Jabari in the game or Torres to go with the other four?
Right, 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 right. No, that
Yeah,
makes
man,
sense.
I'm finna go and get up in here, bro. But I'm gonna still be listening to you too. But
Oh,
Don't
really?
make me have to come back up here, yeah. You know, you get the wild after I leave, after
I'm
I leave your path.
I'm gonna let you get it in a little bit before I say anything absurd. You know what I mean? But
Oh,
I got some zingers that I'm gonna throw out there in a little. We probably give you about 45 minutes. But,
all right, bro.
all right, fam. Appreciate you. All right, man. Appreciate KOD for putting up on your boy, man. Per usual, you know what I mean? He come with the nonsense. And you know, he say some this is the thing about King. King gonna say some good stuff and then he gonna say some random nonsense. You know, because obviously y'all already heard me say that, you know, I mean if you say that Ime wants to dominate the paint, you know, are you saying that Steven Adams does something that Tari can't do other than just be big? You know, because Tari can score in the paint. He scored 10 points yesterday. Tari can rebound. He had the same amount of rebounds as Steven Adams did. He had more rebounds than Steven Adams did yesterday. You know? So to a degree, I understand what he's saying because it's a break the league type thing to say, guess what? I'm putting two beasts out here that's physical and brutal and you know that you don't want both of these guys hitting you in your chest 48 hours for me. Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. No, 48 minutes for. But you don't want both of these guys hitting you in your chest for 48 minutes. But by the same token, it's nothing that Steven Adams do that Tari can't do. But there's definitely 100% something that Tari does that Steven Adams can't do. And that's be the Kawhi Leonard, Scottie Pippen, you know, type player that Tari is. You know, if I had to, let me tell you something. If I had to make a comparison for Tari Eason, I would say he's you know, a mix between um Kawhi Leonard and Dennis Rodman, something like that, something like a mix between Kawhi Leonard and Dennis Rodman. And if I had to make a comparison between, if I had to make a comparison, a comp of Amin Thompson, I would say he's something like I would say like a Scottie Pippen, Ron Artest with Michael Jordan athleticism, something like that. And so if you say these two guys on the floor together compared to let's compare Steven Adams to um you know let's just give him a regular Rockets comparison. Let's say Steven Adams is Omir Ashik. No, no, no. I'm not gonna do him like that. Let's give Steven Adams somebody real. Let's say you know he's one of the top offensive rebounders um I think ever. I think Steven Adams is one of the top offensive rebounders ever in real life. Um, but at 7 foot, you know, one of the greatest pick setters as far as efficiency off the pick that we've ever seen. I'm trying to think of a comparison for him. Hmm. Could we say Steven Adams is Charles Oakley esque? You say Steven Adams is Bill Laimbeer, Charles Oakley type player? Not without, you know, not with the attitude, but still with the physicality and the ability to inflict a certain amount of pressure on defenses just based off of his strength and whatever whatnot, right? So let's say pick one, pick whoever you want, really. In that sense, you know, you say you want a Steven Adams because you like Bill Lambert, Bill Lambert over Kobe, be Kobe Michael Jordan, or Bill Lambert over Scotty Rodman. Who you taking Bill Lambert over? You see what I'm saying? So it just don't add up to me. It just it just don't add up to me. Let's see. What do you say? Adams is better at defense, rebounding, shot blocking. Screen said he's a better addition to the starting lineup than Tari. Absolutely not. That is an insane statement. That is absolute insane statement, bro. Y'all have revisionist history, bro. Y'all have revisionist history. The only reason y'all say that is because Tari didn't play a lot last year. Nobody who saw Tari play his first season scratch last year. Think about Tari his first season. Think about when he played 82. Now, I can leave this up here and I can go look for the stats of his first season and I can show you how ridiculous this statement looks to say that Adams is a better at defense than Tari Eason. Shot blocking. Tari Eason had 2.6 stocks last year, bro. Tari Eason had 2.6 stocks last year, playing half the time. I can leave this up here, KOD, and I can go get the stats, and I can come back and show how ridiculous this statement is. Or because you my boy, look. Let me tell you something. One thing I don't do no snitching, man. I don't do no snitching. I, I ain't gonna put you out there like that, fam. I ain't gonna put you out there like that, fam. I don't do no snitching, man. You think Kawhi Pippen Artest is a worse defensive player than uh what's his name? Bill Laimbeer, Charles Oakley, Luke Longley? Come on, bro. Greg Ostertag, Darko Milicic. But Steve Adams wasn't a starter. Steve Adams wasn't a starter. Tari wasn't a starter. Neither one of those two guys were starters. Man, listen. The only reason you only as good as your coach believes you are. You only as good as your coach allows you to be, unless you have an injury. If you have an injury, Adams was injured and Tari was injured. Both guys was injured. Both guys was injured, KLD. Kang, man. Kang, come on, man. Kang the Conqueror, man. Kang on deck, man. Both guys was injured, bro. But we know what Steven Adams is. Steven Adams has been Steven Adams since he was Steven Adams. We know what Tari is, bro. And you have to think about it. Think about what Tari was his first year in the league. His first year in the league, bro. Tari first. Listen, Brody. Listen, Brody. Tari is no way you can sit here and tell me if you're a Rockets fan, you heard all the comparisons that people compare to Tari Eason, bro. Now, before you sit there and type a bunch of foolishness, Just give me one name that Tari Eason was compared to. Just give me one name, bro. Just to show your intellectual integrity, bro. Just to show intellectual integrity. Give me one name that you've heard somebody compare Tari Eason to. In the chat. Put it in the chat. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat? Give me one name that you've heard people compare Tari Eason to. Okay. I'll accept it, even though that's not true. I've never heard nobody compare Tari Eason to PJ Tucker. But if you say PJ Tucker is a champion. Give me one name that you heard somebody compare Steven Adams to. Aquaman. The only person they compare Steven Adams to is Aquaman, bro. And what's his name? Dang, what's his? I can't think of your boy name. Your boy Brand. What's his name? Not Elton Brand, but your boy, the white boy, man. The white boy. They be in the movies. Them the only people they compare Steven Adams to. That was talking to Terrence Howard. Who? Steven Adams? Tyson Chandler? They compare Tyson Chandler. They compare Steven Adams to Tyson Chandler. Who did that? You? You just talking about you now, bro. Nobody else done that but you, man. Ain't nobody compare Steven Adams to Tyson Chandler. Ain't nobody. There has been absolutely zero people in the history of basketball that has compared Steven Adams to Tyson Chandler. And if anybody compared Steven Adams to Tyson Chandler, cocaine is a hell of a drug, bro. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Ain't no way. It just ain't no way, bro. It ain't no way that nobody feel. First of all, people have compared Tari Eason to legitimate Hall of Famers. Tari Eason has been compared to legitimate Hall of Famers. And Steven Adams has been compared to guys that you can squint. Like, if I seen him in the dark and I watched him play basketball, I might can feel like. But nah, overall, you got to see what I'm saying. Excuse me. You got to see what I'm saying. It's not a situation to where it's not a situation to where you could imagine a, a scenario where a guy like Steven Adams could have the potential that a guy like Tari Eason could have over the course of the next 2 years or 3 years. If you looked at it and you said to yourself, hey, I like the fact of having, I like that muscle. I want it on the floor. I want to break the league with force and power and tenacity and aggression. I'm going to say, okay, I don't got no problem with that. I'm going to fold my arms. I'm going to clip my toenails. I'm going to pop me a Bush Light, Bud Light Lime, Michelob, whatever. And I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch the game. Maybe drink me a pina colada if the sun out. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch the game. I have no problem if somebody say, I want to break the league with. I want muscles on the court. I want big dudes, football player, gladiators, Vikings. Um, I want Clash of the Titans on the court. I don't want nobody to feel safe when they going in to get a rebound. I'm a fold my arms and I'm gonna say, you know what? If that's what you plan on doing, I don't have nothing against that. You know why I don't have nothing against that? Because nobody in the world has done that since 2000. Nobody has been able to do that since 1999. But in 1999, Otis Thorpe and Elijah Wan was both 7-footers. And both of them was hella strong. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? It's much tougher to find a big the caliber of Adams than it is to find a 3, 4 the caliber of Tar. There's hundreds of Tars in NBA circles. You are absolutely insane. See, this is why I kill you in debates, King. This is why I kill you in debates, because you say I be talking emotionally. And people say I be being emotional, but I'm rational in my logic. My logic is more rational than what you think. Because you have to prove to me that Amin is so much better than Tari. You can't just tell me he is because you make it up out the sky. You can't just make up no shit out the sky and say, Amin is better than Tari because Amin, No, you got to tell me why. Show me what makes Amin so much better than Tari. Because if you telling me it's harder to find an Adams than it is to find a Tari, you telling me it's harder to find the Adams than it is to find the Amin. And this is why I kill you in debates. This is why. Listen, see, this how I know that if you debate other people, when you debate other people, you be smacking the dog shit out of them because you've been on an actual situation to where you had to listen to this kind of logic that just rip your whole psyche into parallel universes. It's like, how can you fathom the fact that I was gonna say that when you already really thought that in your heart? You didn't think I was gonna say it, but I said it. How much better is Amin than Tari in real life? What the heck? Somebody, somebody got real mad when I said that. Somebody got mad when I said that. It made my whole screen shrink down. Hey man, I ain't mean it. I ain't mean it, bro. Could put my screen back like it was. Put my screen back like it was, bro. I didn't mean that, bro. It ain't that serious, man. Armin was first team all defense in 2 years. Armin is a senior Tari was hurt. Tari was hurt. He played 82 games, which Armin was hurt for 2 years in a row. Remember that? Remember Armin was having ankle injuries for 2 whole years? While Tari came in his first year and played 82 consecutive basketball games and was a phenomenal defensive player, hustle guy, and rebounder. Remember that first year in the league, Tari came in the league and made us a great offensive rebounding team. His rookie year. Are we forgetting that? Are we forgetting that Tari's rookie year when he came in the league, he made us a good offensive rebounding team by himself with just him and KJ Martin or some shit? I mean, we're gonna act like Tari Eason and KJ Martin didn't make us a good offensive rebounding team by themselves. Nah, bro, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do it like that. We're gonna keep it a thou wow. Or like you say, I'm gonna keep it tall. I'm gonna keep it tall with you. The only reason people are acting like this towards Tari is because he has been moderately hurt for 2 years. His first year, he was phenomenal, outstanding. I said his first year that I would trade Jalen Green before I traded Tari Eason. Guess who agreed with me? Raphael Stone. Raphael Stone agrees with me. I got on the chop shop. Shout out to Ghost. Shout out to Frank. Tank. I got on the chop shop when they was talking about trading for Jalen Brown. I said this. Let me tell you what I said when they was talking about trading for Jalen Brown. I said Jalen Brown didn't win a championship with Jason Tatum. Why would I trade Tari Eason to bring Jalen Brown to come play with Jalen Green? It doesn't move the needle. Listen at the logic. I didn't say he was better than Amon. I didn't say he's better than Amon. Listen at what I'm saying. Listen at what I'm saying. I said, why would I trade Tari? And I think they were saying Tari and somebody else. I said, why would I trade Tari for Jalen Brown to come play with Jalen Green when Jalen Green and Jason Tatum can't win a championship? Jalen Brown and Jalen Green don't move the needle. But if you have Jalen Brown and Tari Eason, that moves the needle. Because the Tari Eason's defense and Jalen Brown offense and defensive combined, you pair that together, that's better than Jalen Green's 21 points a game. No, people wanted Tari, people wanted Jabari, bro. People wanted Tari and Jabari, bro. Anybody would have taken Tari and Jabari over Jalen Green this year. Stop it. Stop it, bro.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
Anybody would have taken Tari and Jabari over Jalen Green, fam. The reason Tari and Jabari didn't get traded was because the Rockets was like, I'm not giving up them for Kevin Durant. Now follow my logic. If the Rockets said to Phoenix, if the Rockets told Phoenix, I'm not giving up Jabari or Tari for Kevin Durant, why would the Rockets then turn around and let Tari go to keep Kevin Durant? The logic don't add up. The math ain't mathing to your boy. This is why I shred people in debates, because ultimately nobody want to have the straight facts, just the facts, bro. Just the facts of this boy. Come on, bro. Nobody want to just talk about the facts, bro. If the Rockets told Phoenix, I'm not giving up Tari or Jabari for Kevin Durant, why would the Rockets let go of Tari or Jabari to keep Durant? It's not. That's a steel man. I'm still man in the argument. I'm still man in the argument. I'm still man in your point, and then I'm tearing down the steel man. I'm making your point as strong as possibly as valid as I possibly can. I'm making your argument as strong as I possibly can. I'm still man in the argument for you, and I'm still destructing the argument, bro. A duo versus Green alone. Let's see. They wasn't trading Green plus Bari. I get that part. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is the value of Tari is only depreciated by the fact that he was hurt for 2 years. When Armin was hurt for 2 years, nobody depreciated. Almost, it was people. I can pull it up right here on my thing. It was people on the YouTube spaces saying, "Oh, y'all need to trade Armin because he too injury prone." Don't act like people wasn't saying that, bro. If I saw it, you saw it. I thought he was smoking when he said it, but I saw the same thing that you saw. You saw the man said we need to trade Armin because he's too injury prone. We need to get rid of him while he still can. Just like I know that more people have heard about how good Tari actually is. And the only reason they're not giving Tari his credit is because he was hurt last year. The minute that Tari gets the opportunities and gets to round himself back in the basketball shape. Now, this is what I'm saying. Like I said before, I can I can end this whole argument with one simple question. I can end the whole argument with one simple question. If when Steph Curry and Klay Thompson was on their way to becoming great, if Steph Curry and Amin Thompson was on their way to becoming great, somebody said, "Hey, you need to trade Steph because his ankles is bad, or you need to trade Amin. I mean, you need to trade Klay because he can't dribble and he ain't no real shooting guard. He really a 3-and-D small forward. He really a 3-and-D small forward because he can't dribble. Shooting guards need to be able to dribble, and Steph got bad ankles." If somebody would have said that to you 6 years ago, 7 years ago, would you would have listened to him? Right? No, you wouldn't do it. No, you wouldn't do it. Why not? Because hindsight is 2020, bro. But I bet you, King, I bet you when they had Monte Ellis and Steph Curry, you was one of the niggas that wanted them to trade Curry and keep Monte Ellis. I bet you was. Don't hide it. Don't hide it. Put it in the chat. Be honest. Did you want them to keep Monte Ellis and trade Curry because Curry was hurt? It don't matter. Curry wasn't. Curry was like a what? 12. Monte Ellis was a baller. Monte Ellis was already balling. He was already putting up crazy numbers. Did you want them to trade Curry and keep Monte Ellis? Yes or no? That's all. That's all you got to do. I didn't care. I'm a Rockets fan. See, see, see. That's it. That you deflected. You deflecting. Oh, I pay attention to everybody. I pay attention to everybody because I'm looking and saying I don't want the Rockets to get Monte Ellis. I'd rather them get rid of Steph Curry and let us get Curry because I've been watching Steph Curry since he was in high school in 10th grade, shooting threes over people that was damn near twice his height. I've been watching Steph Curry come down and crossover in 10th grade and looking like he was like 5'6", shooting the ball over niggas that was twice his height. Chunking that thing. So I definitely was like, if y'all trading before his ankles is bad, I don't, like he not gonna live up to what he's supposed to live up to. Monte Ellis was balling. They talking about getting rid of Steph Curry. Now Klay Thompson, I didn't know who Klay Thompson was. My point is, Klay Thompson is not the shooting guard that he not Kobe. He not Jordan. He not Clyde Drexler. He not Anthony Edwards. He not Klay Thompson is not that boy that y'all want a shooting guard to be. The exact same thing that you say makes, listen, the exact same thing that you say Tari is not a shooting guard is the exact same trait that Klay Thompson has. He's not a dribbler. He's not a slasher. He can't create on his own. Tari and Klay are the exact same in that regard. The only difference is Klay is a super shooter and Tari is a super defender and rebounder. The only difference is that Klay is a super shooter and Tari is a super defender and rebounder. Neither one of the boys are great super dribblers. And I would submit to your hands that Tari is a better ball handler than Klay Thompson. Talk to me quick, but don't talk to me slick. See? This is what I be saying, man. This is what I be saying. People will say, Tari can't. I don't care about what y'all talking about Tari can't do. I'm talking about what the boy can do. And I'm still saying, I don't have no problem if Ime decide he wants to start. If Ime wants to start big dudes at the thing, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna hate that. I'm not gonna hate it. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, Tari can't do it. I'm not gonna sit here and be like Tari can't do it. Tari can't play shooting guard because because I would say a King, can Alper Shangoon play power forward? Is Alper Shangoon Paul Gasol? Is Alper Shangoon Tim Duncan? Is Alper Shangoon Larry Johnson? Is Alper Shangoon Chris Webber, which I really think he plays a lot like Chris Webber more than people give him credit for? But is Alper Shangoon any of those people? And you would be like, hell no. Nah. Hell no, nah, Alper Shangoon ain't no Chris Webber. Tell me I'm lying. See? But by the same token, Tari can't play shooting guard. Why come Tari can't play shooting guard? Because he can't dribble. Klay can't dribble. But Klay can shoot. That's not what you said. That was not your original argument. Your original argument was Tari can't dribble, but Klay can't dribble. But Klay shoot 43% from three. Tari shoot 36% from three. So what? 35, 34% from three. So what? He's a way better defender than Klay Thompson. He's a way better rebounder than Klay Thompson. He fits perfectly with Amon Thompson. And he don't have to play the two. He just have to switch between the two and the three. And I would even say that I myself personally would take the defense over the offense. Me myself personally. because especially now that we got Kevin Durant. Now, as far as people say they will never
Houston Rockets. I hear any my team and they say the name Tari, Jalen, Jabari, Amen, Cam, or Alpern, I'm hanging up.
Y'all might want to get off of men early.
You've lost your
What?
mind. You've lost your mind. You've lost your
For
mind.
what?
I'm
Wait.
You've lost your mind.
Ox, let me hold
You've
on.
lost your
Ox, I'm sitting down in the front of the class. I got my hand up, Ox. I'm sorry, Mr. Big Ox. What do you mean we have to?
I
get
just
off on men early?
noticed some things, some unreversible flaws in this game. I see some things in this game that you might not, y'all not gonna be able to capitalize off of. You might want to send them to a team like Miami.
Such as
A lot of it's mental lapses that I see when I'm watching. It's mental lapses that I don't think he recognizes, and it's easy to hide just due to his athleticism. But he can't. I don't think he got the capacity to ride off his athleticism for much longer.
If I'm the Houston Rockets and I hear anyone call my team and they say the name Tari, Jalen, Jabari, Amen, Cam, or Alpern, I'm hanging up.
Y'all might want to get off of men early.
You've lost your
What?
mind. You've lost your mind. You've lost your
for
mind.
what? Wait.
You've lost your mind.
Ox, let me hold
You've
on.
lost your
Ox, I'm sitting down in the front of the class. I got my hand up, Ox. I'm sorry, Mr. Big Ox. What do you mean we have to? Get
I just noticed some things, some unreversible flaws in this game. I see some things in this game that you might not, y'all not gonna be able to capitalize off of. You might want to send them to a team like Miami.
Such as
a lot of it's mental lapses that I see when I'm watching. It's mental lapses that I don't think he recognizes, and it's easy to hide just due to his athleticism. But he can't. I don't think he got the capacity to ride off his athleticism for much longer.
Okay, so you did hear that before. You said he was trolling, but you said you had never heard nobody talk about trading Almond before. Now, see, this is where I have to question your credibility, because you just said, I mean, let's see, this, I never heard anyone say we should trade Almond, and then you say this. Ox was trolling. I seen that episode. Now I'm not, no, I don't like the trendy type stuff. Like people say, I'll bring receipts. I'm not that kind of person that I'm just gonna say whatever people say in the trend. But I will say this: if you say you never heard nobody say they need to trade Almond, and then you say I seen the episode where somebody say we need to trade Almond, then I have to say to myself, when King be pushing back on stuff, did he really be being did he really be being intellectually honest, or did he be being intellectually dishonest, bro? You know what I mean? Are we doing this just for the sake of just, is this just banter for the sake of show? Just to add spark to the fire? Because I think my takes alone add spark to the fire. And if you agree, then we two agree. Did you ever see the part where, like, Kara, as one was saying, if me and you together, and I say, man, that boy King is the greatest debater that I've ever debated against in my life, then two things happen. You become a great debater, and I become an expert on picking debaters. You see how that works? So what I'm saying is, you don't have to necessarily, you don't, you don't necessarily have to push back just for the sake of pushing back when you know that what I'm saying makes sense. People have said trade Almond when Almond was hurt. He said it was for mental lapse. But what really happened was, let me explain to you what really happened. Because let me break it down to you what really happened. This video, no, don't let me not see the date. I want to see the exact date of when this video was. Description. Oh, they won't let me see the exact date. Between a year, this video was over a year ago. So what happens is, this is coming off of the year where Armin had the ankle injuries. This is right after Armin had the ankle injuries, and then the ankle injury in the summer league, right? And people hadn't got to see how special he really was because of the ankle injury. And so not seeing the ankle injury, so not being able to so not being able to see how special he really was because of the ankle injury, people get short-term memory, a short-term projection, and they start making up all this other shit about his mental lapses. Oh, he had mental lapses, right? You start making up all this shit that don't exist because you hadn't seen him start yet. You hadn't seen the game winner against Boston. You hadn't seen the playoff performances. You hadn't seen the defensive player of the year. You were just looking at some bull job from the time when he had a couple of ankle injuries. He out. He come in and do a couple of things and he back out. And now you come in talking about he got mental lapses. Not getting the reps give you it. A lot of time repetition can fix your mental lapse. If you get repetition, if you get to do it over and over and over again, it'll fix your mental lapse. Right? Am I right? Am I wrong? You're being disingenuous, he says. We're talking about Tari and Amin experiencing injuries. You said people were talking about trading Amin because he was injured, hence my statement. Okay. I get that. And what I'm saying is, people, when they do, out of sight, out of mind. I don't even have to go into the long, rigmarole. We don't have to get into no skullduggery about this. We don't have to get into no skullduggery about this, man. What I'm saying is out of sight, out of mind. People start coming up with all kind of foolishness in their mind to compensate for what they don't see. When really what you don't see is because it hasn't happened. And all you have to do is listen to the person that sees it. No, I'm not. Because when you see something, now, listen to what I'm saying, KOD. Let me tell you why I'm different. When I say I like the open forum debates, because you get to listen to what somebody's saying without the people jumping in over it. When you showed me Dorian Finney-Smith, I'm still on topic. When you showed me Dorian Finney-Smith the last time you was on the stream, and I sat down and I got to watch Dorian Finney-Smith, I saw something that I hadn't saw before. Did I change the way that I thought? Yes or no? Come on, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. When I saw Dorian Finney-Smith run off the screen, and I saw the way he moved off screen, off ball, and I said, I changed the way that I think. Dorian Finney-Smith can play the two as well as Tari can for his offensive mobility. Now he's not gonna put that. You're not gonna put it in the chat and say, "Yeah, you changed." Nah, see, he's not gonna put it in the chat. This is what he put in the chat. He's not gonna put it in the chat when he saw something that I didn't see, and he showed it to me on the screen. Now I showed him all Armin fadeaway. I mean, all Tari fadeaway, post up fadeaway, crossover defense. Kenzo get to the goal, banging on people, rebounding. I showed him all that. He ain't budge. I see Dorian Finney-Smith running off screens, catching off the curl, shooting from the three, off the catch, off the move, off the bounce. And I say, you know what? You make a good point, KOD. I can see where you say Dorian Finney-Smith deserves to be a shooting guard. So I'm not being disingenuous. That's not my trait. My trait is if I see something you don't see and I realize you don't see it, I'm going to point it out to you and tell you what I see. Just like if you see something that I don't see, you can tell me what I don't see. But what you can't do is tell me I don't see what I see. See, that's the difference between most people when they debate. I'll tell you what I see. I'll accept what you see. I won't let you tell me what I don't see, and I won't tell you what you don't see. You see what I'm saying? Why is that important? No, I'm not going to admit he's a better defender, better shot blocker. I'll admit that you think that. I'll admit that you think that, and I would say if Dorian Finney-Smith is a 7 on defense, and Tari is a 9 on defense, and Amon is a 10 on defense, that the 7 to the 9 on defense paired with an 8 on offense by Dorian Finney-Smith as far as movement shooting, and a 6 on offense because our Tari got is a mid-range turnaround fadeaway, makes Amon the better choice. Something like that. Something like that. I would agree with that. I would say that real life, that if all that Tari got is putbacks off offensive rebounds and a mid-range fadeaway and can hit a couple threes, but you got one guy that can run off screen, and we haven't had nobody who can run off screens like that. We ain't had nobody who pulling off running off screens like Dorian Finney-Smith. Then I'm gonna say, hey, look, I'm not gonna argue with you about it, but I will say for my own personal likings, I can tell you for 100% fact from what I've seen that Tari Eason is as good as a defender as Amon Thompson. Not saying that he's better, but I'm saying if Amon is the 10, if Amon is the very best perimeter defender in the league, Tari's a 9. It might be other 10s that's right up there with Amon. It might be like Lou Dort and them other guys that's right there parallel with Amon, but Tari is right up under him. And Dorian Finney-Smith is like 2 slots under the Tari. So by that measurement, it's hard for me to see where no. By that measurement, it's hard for me to see how the hell can you say Steven Adams is a better defender than Tari Eason. And the man got the nerve. The man got the nerve to call me delusional. The man got the nerve, yo. Listen, buddy. Man's got the nerve to call me delusional, fams. The man said I'm the Lulu. The man said I'm the Lulu. Put a bun on your head like your juju. That boy say I'm the Lulu, man. Steven Adams is a better defender. Okay. So if Steven Adams is a better defender than Tari, is he a better defender than Dorian Finney-Smith? I'm not talking about best defensive bigs because this ain't a matter of, first of all, bro, let's not act like the only reason Steven Adams is even in the damn discussion is because small ball took over the league. We're not even gonna sit here and play like and In the 90s, Steven Adams is that boy, man. In the 90s, Steven Adams is not that boy, man. Otis Thorpe's a body. Otis Thorpe's a body Steven Adams, bro. We're not even finna act like Steven Adams is him. You know what I mean? Let's stop acting like just because niggas is big in 2025 and still can play that they really that boy, man. Greg Ostertag a body Steven Adams, man. Luke Longley, Amir Ashik. Nah, these ain't excuses, Brody. All I'm saying is I'm keeping it a bean with you, bro. I'm keeping it a bean with you. See? Now I got to cook. Now I got to cut you. Now I got to cut you. Let's do it like this. I'm finna rip you to shreds right now. Cause I ain't got shit to do. Cause it's what's the day? Stop the cap. Hey, he has been one of the best bigs overall in the league. And it's not just because of his defense. I think Steven Adams is an excellent passer. And what Steven Adams is probably the best screen setter we've seen in the past 20 years. I'll give you that. Steven Adams is probably the best screen setter we've seen in the past. It's 25. So since 2005, I can't even say that. In the past 15 years, Steven Adams is probably the best screen setter we've seen in the past 15 years. I'll give you that. But the best defense, one of the best defensive bigs in the NBA, his entire career. Okay. Let's see. I put a bun on your head like him, Juju. Hey, lo-fi. Streets of LA, baby. Now you up on Sola. Johnny, I never ever sold my Lola. Look like Easy in that low rider. Hey, now look, I'm putting up the stats. Don't sleep. Don't sleep, because you know the stats is coming, bro. You know the stats is coming, bro. Do you realize? You say he been one of the best. When you say best, you mean top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8, top 9, top 10? Where do you think he is since he came in the league? Is he better than Al Jefferson, Roy Hibbert, Andre Drummond, Brooke Lopez, Tyson Chandler, Andrew Bogut, Marcin Gortat, Nikola Petrovic, Robin Lopez, Tiago Lospil, Jonas Valanciunas, Kendrick Perkins, Enes Kanter, maybe defensively better than Enes Kanter. Maybe defensive better than Enes Kanter. Maybe defensive better than Enes Kanter. But that's just a list. That's just a list. Well, that's a list of what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the top 5 centers, defensive centers in the league right there. That's the top 5 defensive centers in the league. I mean, he's not better than none of these guys on the list. He ain't messing with Joakim Noah. And if Joakim Noah was in the league, that means Anderson Varejao was in the league. He's not better than Anderson Varejao. Zubronis Ilgauskas was in the league. He's not better than Big Z. He wasn't better than Zubronis Ilgauskas. So just off the top of my head, Zubronis Ilgauskas was better than Anderson Varejao. That's 2-on-1 team. Andrew Bogut was in the league. Zubronis Ilgauskas. Cousins was not trash defensively, bro. Cousins was not trash defensively. And guess what else? If Cousins was in the league, was Anthony Davis in the league in 2013? He was playing power forward, but he was still a big. He was a power forward, but he's still a big. Rudy Gobert is in the league. Yeah, man, you smoked out. You smoked out on hookah packs, bro. You smoked out on hookah packs. If you think Steven Adams was a top 12 defender in the league, Nerlens Noel in the league. Okay, here go one. Nerlens Noel is one. Kendrick Perkins is 2. Tiago Splitter, 3. Robin Lopez, 4. Marcin Gortat, 5. Andrew Bogut, 6. Tyson Chandler, 7. Brooke Lopez, 8. Andre Drummond, 9. Roy Hibbert, 10. DeAndre Jordan, 11. Al Jefferson, 12. DeMarcus Cousins, 13. Anthony Davis, 14. Mark Gasol, 15. Dwight Howard, 20. That's I had to skip from 17 to 20, bro. I had to skip from 17 to 20, bro. It's just too far, bro. Tiago Splitter played for Greg Popovich. Just the fact that he played for Greg Popovich alone makes him better than. Come on, Brody. Come on, Brody. It ain't no way. It ain't no way you telling me that Steven Adams is the best defender in the league. But I tell you who have been a top defender in the league. I tell you who have been the best defensive player, a top defensive player in the league. If you really want to know, you really want to know what he did. And you know who Bobby Rush is, King? You know who Bobby Rush is? This is all cap. Man, that's what I'm saying, bro. He ain't gonna say I'm capping, but then deep down inside he'll get off of here and he'll be like, man, this dude be cooking dog shit up out of me, man. Dude be cooking me. And he act like I don't got no hospitality, man. You try to make it seem like I don't got no hospitality, King. I'm really hospitable, man. I'm really hospitable because, you know, whenever you want to come on and get your get back, man, I'll let you come on and get your get back. I know you're at work and I'm taking advantage of it. You said one of the best defenders since he came in the league, and he 20 down, bro. It's 20, it's 30 teams, and he down at the bottom. I mean, if you say out of 99%, he's in the top he's like number 33.3, and that's top to you. Hey, you went to school in Houston. I get it. you 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 was the HISD, man. I get it. The 33 is top. 33 is top to you. Hey, I get it. I get it, bro. I'm not gonna argue with you about that. What you talking about? I'm just saying names. What you talking about? I'm saying I named the people that's on the list. I named all the people that's on the list, bro. Hey. Now, our good friend Tari Eason, defensive rating by season. As a rookie, if you smell what the rock is cooking, as a rookie, bro, Tari Eason was 115.4 defensive rating. Okay, I'm gonna give you this and I'm gonna break it down. 23-24, he only played 22 games, but he had a 106.3 defensive rating. 20, 24, and 25, 105.7 defensive rating. Mind you, his career defensive rating is 110.4 because of his rookie year. What does that mean? Jalen Williams, 107.3, is not as good as Tari Eason. You know, other than his bad year. Other than his bad year, where he was on a horrible, you know, where the whole team was buns. Um, Easton's rate is better, but he didn't hit the minutes cut off to appear on the leaderboard in 2025. So in 2025, his 105 rating was better than Jalen Williams. Who does Jalen Williams play with right now? Was it the best defense in the league? Is that the new Jordan and Pippen of the league, and Shea Gilders, Alexander, and Jalen Williams? Am I thinking about the right team? Yeah, I am. I am. Why is that defense so good? Because they got two players with that high ass defensive rating. One of them named Jalen Williams, one of them named Shea Gilders Alexander, and the other one named Lou Dort. And all three of their perimeter defenders go crazy. What happens if Tari Eason is a better defender than Jalen Williams? Why would I say that? Well, because the stats say it. The stats right here say 105.7. And Jalen Williams is a 107.3. Okay. Well, let's look at last year. He only played 22 games last year. And this is why everybody got this cognitive dissonance. Everybody got cognitive dissonance. Now I know big words, J Dog. I know you like to use big words, J Dog. You know what I mean? I use big words when I want to. You know what I mean? Shout out to my boy J Dog, man. Hold on. Let me see what your question was. Cause I'm reading stats. I'm reading stats. What center had the best defensive rating last year? Okay, let me look. I'm gonna look it up when as soon as I get off my soapbox. I'm gonna look it up while I'm on my soapbox. Hang on. We'll get to it. Tar Easton had a defensive rating of 106.3 last year. The top defensive rating last year, I think, was Rudy Gobert at 104.4. So Tari Eason is only literally a couple of points behind Rudy Gobert in defensive rating. But again, he didn't hit the qualifying mark to even be considered elite. But he was elite in defensive rating last year on a minute per minute basis. Tar Eason is better or no less than top tier, typical top 10 qualified numbers. He's not, if you just look at his defensive rating, he's a top 10 defensive rating player over the past 2 years. Period. That's just what the numbers say, bro. That's just what the numbers say. Steven Adams, I didn't see nothing about Steven Adams being in this list. Let me look for it right now. Oh, I can tell you who the best defensive center was last year. It was Rudy Gobert. You want me to look where Steven Adams was? Let's look. I'm gonna look for where was Steven Adams in defensive rating. Now I know y'all don't want me to drink no water, but y'all gotta excuse me while I give me a bottle of water right quick. All right. Now, no, don't stop watching the stream, King. I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna do you like that, Brody. I ain't gonna not answer your question. I think he done hung up the phone. He done cut the phone off and all that shit. Let me let me plug up my phone because I need to keep my stats coming in hot. I'm gonna keep my stats coming in hot because look, this is what I be trying to tell y'all. When you good, you good. When you good, you good. Steven Adams career, not hey, I'll give you this. I'll give you this, bro. Career 106 ain't bad. Rookie season 101 is crazy. But then again, you gotta realize that's when scoring averages was low. People wasn't really scoring 130, 140 like they're doing now. So 101 is crazy. Anyway, that's still his best. His best ranking was 101. Last year, 109. Meh. Meh. It's all right. I ain't gonna you know, It is what it is. It is what it is. I ain't gonna poop on Steven Adams, man, because I like Steven Adams. I like Aquaman. And if we were shooting a movie, you know, or if a real fight broke out, hey man, like if a real fight broke out, he might be the most valuable person on the team. He might be because for one, don't nobody take physical punishment like a big motherfucker like that. I mean, excuse my language, but a big ass Aussie, oh man, he ain't falling down. He ain't doing. He ain't falling down even if he hurt. So if it's a fight broke out, Steven Adams might be the most valuable person on the team. But when we talking about defense, that's just wishful thinking. That's just wishful thinking. He's not a better defender than Tari Eason. And to even considering the fact that Steven Adams could be a better defender than Tari Eason, King, you should have knew that wasn't gonna work out for you. You should have knew that the stats wasn't going. That's what I'm saying. You should have knew that the stats wasn't gonna support you on that. Like if you watch basketball and you said, "Oh man, I want E.F. Hutton to put up the stats, uh, defensive stats for Steven Adams and Tari Eason and see who had the better stats." I think Steven Adams is gonna be better. There's no way you could have thought that. There's no way you could have sat there, you go in, you clock into work. I assume that you're good at your job because you're there, you're always on time. You always, you clock in, you don't really be shucking and jiving with me. You have to sneak out to go get your voice on. You go talk. I used to do the same shit when I used to be at my job. You sneak out the back or I just smoke break. Let me go ahead and cuss this nigga out real quick. And then you go outside. So I assume you're good at your job. So you sit there and then you say, you know what? I'm gonna tell EF to pull up the defensive comparison of Steven Adams' defense compared to Tari Eason defense. That's gonna work out well for me tonight. What? What? What made you think that would work out well for you, bro? You could have just said, we want a big dude in the game. And I'd have been like, you know what? Ain't no pushback. We want a big nigga in the game. Big nigga ding dong, true life alerts. We want to put a true life alert up in the game. Big nigga ding dong at your door, man. Adams was number one in defensive rating among centers, so Rudy Gobert didn't exist last year. Rudy Gobert didn't exist last year. Oh man, Rudy Gobert wasn't even alive. Rudy Gobert was in a parallel universe last year. we know what happened to Rudy Gobert. That boy was on an alternate timeline. Rudy Gobert was on an alternate. He was on. He was. Rudy Gobert was on an alternate timeline where Steven Adams was a better defender. Steven Adams. Steven Adams was protecting the rim better than Rudy Gobert. Oh, dog. Come on, man. Rudy Gobert was on an alternate timeline where Steven Adams was a better defender. Come on, man. Hey, not only that, but Albert Shagun. Albert Shagun was the best post scorer in the league. Albert Shagun. Albert Shagun was the best post scorer in the league within 2 feet. within, within within a 2 feet radius. Albert Shagun was the best post scorer in the league. Steven Adams was the best big man defender in the league. And guess what else? Jalen Jalen Green. Jalen Green was the best post scorer offensive player. Jalen Green was the best postseason offensive player. Oh shit. Jalen Green was the best postseason offensive player in the league last year, bro. let me see. Okay, let's see. Steven Adams was number one in defense rating among centers last year. I'm gonna just Google that. If I put that in there, it gotta pop up. Let me see. Oh shit. Steven Adams was the best defensive player among centers last year. Let me check it out. Because no way 109 was the best. But oh man, I needed that lab, bro. Let's see what we get. Oh my days. I'm gonna tell you something. NBA.com. So I can get this to you. Look, I can give you the good news. I can give you the bad news. I can I can give you the good news or I can give you the bad news, bro. The bad news is um Rudy Gobert and Ivanka Zubac was better than Steven Adams at center. That's the good news. the bad news is that 109 is what he is his defensive rating was 109, which is solid, but it's nowhere near the award leaders. Um, hmm, who is the all defensive first team had Evan Mobley and Draymond Green as the bigs. So if you take Evan Mobley as a center, I mean he won all defensive first team at center. Then you know Steven Adams couldn't have been the best. He couldn't have been. I mean he nowhere near the best defensive big in the league. Now don't get me wrong, bro. Don't get me wrong. If you say value in the regular season, and shit, and in the postseason, he got to be up there somewhere because he provided a value that's, I mean, he provided a value he provided a value that's way beyond compare. That's way beyond defensive rating and stats. But like number one now. Nah, I pulled up Stat Muse too, Brody. I pulled up Stat Muse and I just didn't get them stats. I mean, NBA.com says otherwise. It's just not Steven Adams. He's just not that boy like that, man. And I get it that in order in what's so killing about it, King, is that in order for you to make a point, Steven, that Muse has Adams number one in 2025. You want to talk about all NBA? His defensive rating was 109, bro. How can you be the number one center with a defensive rating of 109 when Rudy Gobert clearly had like a 105 or 106 or some shit? How can you be? Let's see. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check my stats. The thing is that you got to make Steven Adams the best defender in the fucking world in order to make Tari Eason not as good as he is. That's how good Tari Eason really is. Like you really, literally, Steven Adams would have to be the best big man defender in the league to justify him being good as Tari Eason defensively. And we know that Steven Adams is not the best defensive big in the league, bro. You're not convincing me of that. But I can convince you. I really, real life can convince you. When you get off this call tonight and you say, if Armin Thompson is the best perimeter defender in the league, how far behind Armin is Tari? In real life, when he healthy. I know when he healthy, but how far is behind Armin is Tari? If you want to talk about health, you say Steph Curry was hurt for like 2 years, 3 years with bad knee ankles and stuff. Okay, that's the point. The point is, if Rudy Gobert is the best defensive big in the league, how far behind Rudy is Steven Adams? I mean, I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up right now for you. I'm gonna look and see how Steven Adams number one in 2025. Oh man, that was so funny. That was so funny, man. Steven Adams, the number one defensive big, and Jalen Green, the best postseason scorer. Jalen Green, the best postseason scorer, dog. I cracked myself up. And I'm just gonna pull up stat news. I'm not even gonna pull up the NBA. I'm gonna pull up just stat news. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna do that. Because I don't want nobody to come to my stream and be like, man, EF be on there and him and King be on there and King be just making up shit. I want people to be like, man, them two dudes there, both of them dudes, they be on that shit. So that way, when people be like, yeah, man, I want to debate somebody, they'll be like, yeah, I can debate anybody over there because it's gonna be a good debate. I don't want people thinking like King just be making up shit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up stat news. Since that's what you look since that's what you look for. If you look for stack news, I'm gonna look for stack news. You know what I mean? That's cause that's just cause you my boy. You know what I mean? We here with ours. You know, we keep it a bean. Let's see what stack news say. Come on, stack. All right. Here's a quick credible list. Okay. Pull up the stack news. Nah, I want stat news. Anyway, make a long story short. Just a couple of questions for you, bro. While we pulling up, while stat news taking this time, you know, my computer don't, you know what I'm saying? It's a gaming computer, but it don't run as it probably ain't fast as them high tech phones y'all got, you know. I'm just old country boy, man. I ain't smart as y'all city folk. You know, cause you know, I'm just old country boy, man. I'm from way out in the boondocks, man, out there in the country. I'm from a rural area. I ain't smart as y'all city slickers, man. Um, so my computer moves slow. My computer moves a little bit slow. I need to make sure that it understand what I'm asking for. Damn. All right. Now while we wait on that, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna find out exactly. Buck Mo in the building. Buck Mo in the building, creeping in the door late. What the hell time is it when Buck Mo creeping the door at 12 o'clock? What up with it, Buck Mo? Salute, salute. General salute to your boy Buck Mo. You hear your boy? Hey Buck Mo, let me ask you about this. You see what King said? Look right above your comment and tell me what you think about King's what King put in the chat. What you think about that? That's me? My Wi-Fi messing up? My Wi-Fi messing up? Yeah, nah, my stuff moving slow though. But look above my yeah, my stuff is going slow. I ain't gonna lie about that. Look right above your comment and tell me what you think about King comment right above yours. He might have said something that you can find that you can answer for me. Stat Muse has Steven Adams #1 in 2025. #1 center in 2025, Steven Adams. You think that's you think that's efficient? Oh my days. Yeah, it is. It's taking all day. Because he telling me to look on Stat Muse for something that I pulled it up on. He says that per 36. Is that per 36? KOD King. That's per 36. I don't know. I don't know. I looked for it on NBA.com, and I wasn't able to find those exact. Um, I wasn't able to correlate, the exact credibility of that statement as per se, as we would like to say. But as far as I could tell, as I could track my mind, over the whole overall conglomerate of what he was trying to say. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, brother, can I borrow $5? And how how many games he played is a factor too. That's true. No, that's true. 100%. Which might be why he wasn't. Which might be why he wasn't in the overall runnings for like best defender of all times or something like that. But here's my list of centers. And Steven Adams is a 109. Steven Adams is a 109. So if he would have ranked here, he would have ranked number 6. He would have been number 6. And then Jared Allen would have been number 7. Nick Claxton would have been number 8. Albert Shango would have been number 9. So he definitely not number 1. The top 10 defensive. Son of a bitch. Let me look at this again. That should give me everything but what I want. 125. But no, this got to be last year. 25, 26, 24. So now this, I mean, let me look at it one more time. Cause what I got right here is Rudy Gobert at 104, Nikola Jokic at 108, Yusuf Nurkic at 108, Bam Adebayo at 108, Karl Anthony Towns at 108, and then Steven Adams would have been there at 109. Then Jared Allen at 110, Nick Claxton at 111, Alper Sengun at 111, DeMarcus Sabonis at 112, Jaren Jackson at 113. It would have been something like that. So no. It's definitely hard for me to see. It's definitely hard for me to see Steven Adams being the number 1 center in 2025. I'm still looking for it. I'm looking for it. The reason I'm looking for it, Buck Mo, is because you know why they call me peoples? Because you always take care of your peoples. You know what I mean? I always take care of my peoples. So I'm looking for my people. Hey, y'all put in the chat, tell me what you think about my title, man. Do y'all think the Houston Rockets are Whitney Houston or Whitty Hutton? Y'all seen that episode of Martin when Martin and Brother Ann went to go sell the t-shirts? You know what I mean? And they thought it was gonna be Whitney Houston on the t-shirts, and it came back Whitty Hutton. Do y'all think we Whitney Houston or do y'all think we Whitty Hutton? I'm still putting up these stats. I got some good news and some bad news, Brody. Good news and the bad news for you, King. The good news is I got the 24, 25 stats. And Steven Adams would have been right where he always gonna be. Right at number 6, bro. Right around number 6. He would have been number 6 in 23, 24. And in 24, 25, he'd have been right at number 6. Funny thing about it is Albert Shango's defensively would have been a number 3 center number 3 center last year. I got Ivaka Zubic, Jared Allen, Alper Shangon, 107, 108, 108.3. So, and then Rudy Gobert, 108.8. You know how I do. I'll go ahead and drop them in the thing for you so you can look at them. So you can get a. I'll go ahead and. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh well, I don't know. Maybe they just they not giving me the right stats. They put enough stats from everywhere I can. That's stat muse, bro. This is stat muse. What's his? Tell me what's his defensive rating? What they got his defensive rating at? KO. Tell me what's the defensive rating? This nigga crazy. This nigga kid crazy. This nigga say I don't work for Stat News. It's they, it's they rankings, bro. It's they rankings. It ain't my rankings, bro. For real, kick that shit up, kick the can down the road, kick that shit up under your car, nigga. That ain't my shit. That's Stat News and them shit, bro. That's Stat News and them jank ass raises, bro. I don't got nothing to do with that. I just looked at them, dog. I ain't write them. I ain't write them down or nothing. But then again, I could be wrong because the stuff I could be pulling up could be, and then with all the false misinformation and stuff like that, I could be pulling up information and that don't even be right. You know what I mean? That's just the fact of the matter. But let's see. Nah, I don't. It's just a simple fact, bro. It's just the fact. The fact of the matter is, you put it out. I mean, we can go through the stats and look at the Stephen Adams stats and whatnots. But my whole point is that I say I don't have a problem if Stephen Adams is the starter. If that's what he may feel like he needs to do because that's the team he want to run, I don't have no problem with that. If he may decide ultimately, hey man, I'm just gonna go ahead and go with Reed Shepard because we want to have. Okay, listen, it's something that only come along every blue moon. Every blue moon, you find this one thing that is never, ever, ever gonna come back like a generational player. You know how generational players come once every blue moon? There's something else that only come once every blue moon. And that's a white boy that can really ball, that can really hoop. A white boy that can really hoop, that can go get it, hoop, that can really hoop. They don't come along with every blue moon. And if the Rockets are sitting back and saying, we finna give the one we got all the leeway. We gonna give Reed Shepard all the leeway. We're gonna give him the Caitlin Clark effect, the John Stockton effect, the Cooper Flag effect. Exactly. Exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that. I'm not saying that is him. What I'm saying is, if the Rockets feel like they have to make sure, if the Rockets feel like I have to give it all the rope I can to see if that's what Reed Shepard is, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it. I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm not gonna argue with it. And I agree with you because it's so rare. It would be like saying, hey, Victor Wembanyama only come along. LeBron James, Zion Williamson, these kind of players only come along once a lifetime. What Reed Shepard, Cooper Flag, what they could be, only come along once a lifetime. You want to give it all the rope you want to give it? Hey, who am I to argue? Who am I to argue? That boy Buck Mo got no tolerance for Reed Shepard at all. No tolerance for Reed Shepard. But look, I'm not gonna argue with them if they feel like I want to give it the rope. I want to see if Reed can I want to see if Reed can be that great white. I don't want to say great white hope because we already got that. But I'm saying if he can be that white boy that can hoop, that can ball, if he can be that spawn into that John Stockton, if he can spawn into a Brent Price, and he can be that, that's a rarity. That's like a unicorn. That's more of a unicorn now than what unicorns is. Like a Porzingis, a Kevin Durant, a Victor Wembanyama, a Alex Sarr. You find them every day. You will find them every day. But what you won't find is a white boy that can straight out ball, that can hoop. A lot of them can play basketball. I'm not saying white boys can't play basketball. White boys can play basketball. Fundamentally, they have a basketball. They grew up in the dribblers. They get to play when they want to play. They can dribble all around the court. They can do whatever they want to do. They can shoot whenever they want to shoot. Matt Maloney? No, we don't want a Matt Maloney. Matt Maloney still crossing over right now. Matt Maloney probably still just now finishing the crossover from when he played. And we just now finishing his contract. Matt Maloney contract just now got through getting paid last year. And he just now finished that crossover that he was doing in the preseason when he started. It take him that long to do a crossover. But no. Look. No. Basketball, cool. Bryce Drew, yeah. Now, that's the thing. Bryce Drew not a hooper, but Bryce Drew could play. Bryce Drew was a basketball player to the utmost. He was the best. He had the injuries. See, Bryce Drew had the injuries that kept him from, and Brent Price had the injuries that kept them from really getting off. But both of them boys can hoop. See, the thing I don't know about Matt Maloney is Matt Maloney's daddy was Calvin Murphy's coach in college, if I'm right. That's why Matt Maloney ended up on the team. That was a what you call nepotism type situation. Why Matt Maloney ended up on the Houston Rockets. You see, not that Matt Maloney wasn't good, but to give him all that money and pay him that big ass contract at 27 and pay him and then let him go and then continue to pay him for another 5 years, 6 years or some shit that we paid him for like another 6 years, that long ass contract, 12 million a year or whatever it was. Insane. But um no, if Reed can just if Reed can hoop, and if the Rockets want to wait on him to see how good he's going to become, that is such a diamond in the rough that his ceiling, his potential ceiling is such that I don't mind whatever they want to do. They want to start him. They want to put him out there with the starters. They want to let him shoot a bunch of shots. You want to let him shoot us out the playoff running this year. You want to just say, hey, Reed Shepard, it's your team. We building around you. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's such a long shot that you find a player that could be what Reed Shepard could possibly be. Try it out and see if that's what it is. Try it out and see if that's what it is. And if it's not, move on. That's what people say we should start Reed Shepard. And I'm like, not really, but I'm not gonna argue with it if you do, because I'm like, hey, if you start Reed Shepard and we don't do shit this year, but Reed Shepard just go out there and act like it's his team. Hey Reed, we building around you. Wink, wink. This your team. It ain't Alpert Şengün's team, who's clearly the best player on this team right now. But it ain't Alpert's team. It's your team, Reed. We building around you. You are the future. Put your face on there. You get the jersey sales. You on all the promo. We're gonna build around you. If that was the case, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. You know. So if they want Steven Adams, they want to run. If they say, hey, look, I want to just go crazy. I'm gonna put Steven Adams and Clint Capella out there together. Twin Towers and Alpert Sengun at the point guard, and Kevin Durant and Jabari Smith Jr. Okay, cool. I don't got no problem with none of that. I don't got a problem with none of that. What I have a problem with is if somebody say Tari Eason can't be a starter. Now, if you say somebody can't be a starter, he's not capable to be a starter, now I got a problem. Now I got a problem because now you got to show me something that I can't understand. I can understand any of the shit, but if you say he can't be a starter, and I'm saying one of the best defenders in the league can't be a starter on your team, man, look, anybody got time for that? No, you 100% right though, Buck. You're 100% right. If Reed Shepard was balling out of control in practice and we didn't know about it, I don't got no problem with him starting. Like I said, anyway, I don't got no problem with him starting. But if he balling out in practice, if J.D. Davison balling out in practice, I don't got no problem with none of that. I ain't gonna argue with none of that stuff. The only thing I would say is, like I said, if somebody come to me and say this person can't be a starter, now I have to wonder why. Like, what's wrong with the person that he can't start? And if he can't start, you don't see that. If you don't see that this person has the qualifications or the capability, skill set, mindset, set, whatever it is, for him to get out there and do what I think I see, what the hell, what the hell are we waiting for? Ain't nobody gonna fight no more. What are we doing with him? And so when people say like Tari can't start, or if they say Reed can't start, I would be like, he probably can because he's gonna be out there with 4 good starters. Yeah, but he's gonna bring the team down. But yeah, all he got to do is get the ball up the court, pass the ball, and set up the offense. Go stand in the corner. PJ Tucker can do that. PJ Tucker can stand in the corner on offense. So why come Reed Stepper can't stand in the corner on offense? You see what I'm saying? So it's that kind of mentality. But on defense, Reed Shepard's defense is okay. So even if somebody said Reed Shepard couldn't start, I would have a problem with understanding it. So when people say like, "Oh man, Bart can't start, Tari can't start, Armin can't be the point guard, Clint Capella can't start," the only person that can't start is probably Jeff Green. That nigga knees ain't gonna let him play for but about 20 minutes, and he gonna be sleeping in the ice pack. Like I said again, I myself, I'm the kind of person that I would definitely look to bolster the defense over just having a mass amount of people in the lane. So let's see. I was looking for this for I already pulled this up. Okay, so we got that out the way. We got the Jazz Rockets on Wednesday. Let's see. And then Pelicans on Tuesday. And then Thursday, the Hawks back. And then boom. Jumping off with the Thunder, and it's time to go. I wonder, how did y'all feel about the game overall? I heard some of what some of what KLD was saying. I heard some of what King was saying. I know that King really appreciate. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all what King had said. King had told me um in the private when we was talking on the last time we had said something to each other. It was like I was like, okay, what you know about the basketball? And then he was like, yeah, man, Alfred Shangoon is really more like a point guard in a center's body. So it really don't matter if we have a legitimate point guard because Alfred Shangoon can handle the ball around the perimeter. It was something like that he was saying. And I was like, you know what? I agree with that, bro. I agree with that. It's almost something that's so agreeable. It almost sounds like something I said before. It almost sounds like stuff that I could think about in my mind. So see, sometimes me and King, we be thinking similar stuff. And he had said that to me. And I was like, ah man, no problem. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. That's 100% true. You know, point center, it's never been a point center like Alfred Shangoon is the point center. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you can, you can't you, you can't never imagine nobody who get the ball at the at the top of the key and just go 1-on-1 like Alfred Shangoon go 1-on-1. Shoot threes, you know what I mean? Shoot shoot threes. Um, you know, what they call him? Turkey Stojakovic. They call him Turkey Stojakovic out here, man. Turkey Stojakovic. Pager Stojakovic. That boy out there shooting threes. He posting up at the 3-point line, spinning and going past people. You know what I mean? And then, but it's just one of the things that sometimes great minds think alike. And so it wasn't no big deal. You know what I mean? I was like, you know what though, bro? I feel you. Cause I was thinking the same thing when you said it. When you said it to me, and then I was like, yeah, dog, you right, dog. You right, man. You right, bro. And then he was like, yeah. High five. We are. Yeah. So we're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Now, but I mean, everybody saw that. Everybody knew that was coming. Everybody knew that Albert Shangoon was our best ball handler. Like, who didn't know that Albert Shangoon was our best ball handler? I mean, I've been here for at least 4 months, 3 months, pounding my desk, saying that Albert Shangoon is our best ball handler. And so the thing is, like, all my OGs, man, all the homies, they feel me. They know, how important Albert Shangoon ball handling skills, um, his ball handling skill, passing ability, head fakes, pump fakes, spin moves, dirty dervishing through the lane, peripheral vision, basketball IQ, court vision, basketball gravity, and all that stuff. All that stuff it goes through Albert Shangoon. Everything goes through Albert Shangoon. I mean, if you really put it in a nutshell,
Don't be alarmed, Renee.
Albert Shangoon is going to be our best player all season long. I heard somebody say that. I heard somebody say that Albert Shangon is the second scorer on the team. Yeah, he's the second scorer on the team, but he's the best player on the team. You know what? He'll be in MVP talks, but let me explain something. See, this is the kind of insight you only get here. Truth, facts, no cap. The MVP race goes like this. Now, I don't know how old you is, Buck Mo, but King, he could attest to this, but he won't because he's you know, a contrarian of some sort. I haven't figured out what type of contrarian he is, but he's a contrarian of some sort. But this is how the MVP race goes. The person who will get the MVP race this year is the person who was supposed to get it last year. It's been like that forever. Go back and look. Do your research. The person who's supposed to get the MVP race, supposed to get the MVP this year, is the person who was supposed to get it. The person who gets it this year is the person who was supposed to get it last year. It's always mascara. It's always makeup. Makeup for last year, we didn't give it to that person. Makeup for last year, we didn't give it to that person. Unless it's the person who they got MVP fatigue. It's always the person who they got MVP fatigue, who they can give it to all the time, that they won't give it to. But it's all but other than that type of situation, they're always gonna get an MVP to the person who was supposed to get it last year. They have another good year, they get it, but it's somebody who played better than them and they won't get it. They'll get it next year. Like Shea got it this year, but Nikola Jokic was probably played better than him. It was because Shea was really supposed to get it last year. And guess what? That means Nikola Jokic, if he plays good, he might get it next year. But who else could be in the MVP race that we saw play good last year? You know, I mean, it really was just Shea and Nikola Jokic was the best two players all year long last year. Really, to be honest, to keep it a stack, he could. Jokic could get it this year. LP is hardly the third best player. LP is the best player on the Rockets, bro. He's better than KD. LP is better than KD right now. And all I'm gonna say is, if KD scored 26 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and Albert Shangon scores 23 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and somebody tell me that KD is better than Albert Shangon, I'm gonna choke the shit out of my microphone. One of these days, bro. Better than KD over all that basketball, bro. No, let me clear this up. He's better at KD at carrying the workload for the Houston Rockets. I'll just put it like that. Not overall at basketball. I mean, he's not better at basketball than KD, but he's better than KD at carrying the workload for the Houston Rockets right now. No pushback on that. Chat got real quiet. W chat for being real quiet when they know I'm telling the truth. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a better basketball player all around. I'm not saying he's a better basketball player all around. But when you look at the who can go out there and get you, who gonna get you 10, 11, 12 rebounds a night all season long? KD or LP? Who gonna do that? Who gonna come in and do the dirty work all season long? KD or LP? Has KD done the dirty work all season long at any point throughout his career? KD has never done the dirty work all season long at any point throughout his career. LP comes in and does the dirty work all season long. He's going to do the exact same thing this year. He's going to come in. Alpha Shangoon is going to come in. He's going to do the dirty work. He's going to get you 21 to 24 points or more. He's been consistently at 19. I'm expecting a 2-point kick. I'm saying 21 to 24 points for LP this year. He's going to get you 11, 12 rebounds a game. 22 and 12, 23 and 12 all season long with 6 assists. 23, 12, and 6 all season long. And KD going to be around 26 points. KD going to be around 26 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. Yeah, Jalen Green could have did that. Jalen Green. I mean, what? Amen. You telling me amen? I'm telling the truth. Amen, brother. Amen. Right back to you, bro. Amen, brody. Jesus wept. Jesus wept. Amen. Jesus wept. How many shots per game Alperen getting up? He getting about the same amount he got last year. But last year, Alperen Sengun, I don't want to have to put it up, but I think it was like 19 a game. The thing is that Kevin Durant shot less times last year than Jalen Green did. Jalen shot more times than Kevin Durant did. Jalen's shot average is more than KD's over his career. So Kevin Durant just averages more on less attempts than Jalen. If Kevin Durant come, I think they shot 18 times a game. Jalen and Kevin. Jalen shot like 18.9. Kevin might have been like 18.4. I could be off by a small margin, but it's something like that. 18.5 to 18.4, 18.9 to 18.4. So it's real close. Jalen shot more than Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is going to shoot about the same amount of shots. He's just going to score 26 points doing it. Kevin Durant is not going to score 28 points, 29, 30 points. He don't care about scoring 28, 29, 30 points. The point is that if Kevin Durant scored 29 points this year, he's going to be in the MVP conversation. If he scores 29 points this year, 28, 29 points, Kevin Durant going to be in the MVP conversation. But if he scores 26 and Alperen Sengun scores 23, and Alperen Sengun has 12 rebounds, and Kevin Durant has 5 rebounds, and Alperen Sengun has 6 assists, and Kevin Durant has 5 assists, and Alperen Sengun has a block, Kevin Durant has a block, Alperen Sengun has a steal, Kevin Durant has a steal. Alperen Sengun is going to put up better numbers than Kevin Durant this year. Now, would they still have Kevin Durant in the MVP conversation? Absolutely, because of the brand and because of the name on the back of the jersey. But is he going to be as valuable as Child, please, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Listen. Come on, man. This red alert over here, man. This red alert chat over here, man. Y'all understand what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying, man. Just off numbers alone. Yeah, Kevin Durant might do it efficiently. Yeah, Alperen Sengun might do this. But Kevin Durant can't carry the workload that Alperen Sengun gonna carry. Alperen Sengun gonna carry that workload. Not only is he gonna carry the workload, he's gonna do it on the path to a championship this year. But he averaged. Alperen Sengun not ready yet. He almost there though. Alperen Sengun averaged 9 and 11 last year. What was it? 6-6, 6-5, 9, 11. Albert Shango averaged 9, 11, and 6 assists. 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists last year. Albert Shango averaged 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists last year. Something like that. Might have been more assists. My point is, if Albert Shango averages 4 more points, which means he shoots his free throws better. He don't have to do too much different. All Albert Shango has to do is make his free throws, and he'll average 23 points a game. If Albert Shango averaged 23 points a game, and Kevin Durant averaged 26 points a game, and Kevin Durant has 5 rebounds, and Albert Shango has 11 rebounds. But and Albert Shango has 6 assists or 7 assists, and Kevin Durant has 5 assists. I mean, stay with me now. Stay with me now. This ain't hard, man. This ain't math. We talking about 3 points. Just because Kevin Durant scores 3 more points than Alfred Shangoon, even though Alfred Shangoon has 5 more rebounds and 2 more assists than Kevin Durant. So that's 17 more win multipliers than Kevin Durant. Just because Kevin Durant has 3 more points, he's better. He might, I mean, not better, but he's more impactful to the team. No, he's not more impactful to the team. He's a better scorer. He's a better scorer, one of the best scorers of all time. Cool. I give you that. I give you that. One of the best scorers of all times. One of the best scorers. Now, all these people saying that Kevin Durant is the best scorer of all time. Stop it. Stop it, bro. Stop it. The dude 37 years old, bro. Yeah, you just not past the Hakeem Olajuwon, bro. Stop it. The best scorer of all time. You just not passing Olajuwon? Fuck out of here, bro. I don't got no problem with listen. He one of the best. He's one of the most fun scorers of all time to watch. Since he was in college. Hook 'em horns, man. Hook 'em horns, man. I think my pinky don't work like it used to. Because, you know, my shit kind of messed up from when I was younger. But KD's one of the funnest players to watch since college. Even back when he was in Seattle, when Shane Battier used to push him underneath the basket. Shane Battier had that ball up underneath the backboard, boxing him out. You know, I've always liked Kevin Durant, but as far as let me say this. For those of you who don't understand, after watching some interviews with Kevin Durant, I said if Kevin Durant bring Houston a championship within the time he's here, he's going to catapult himself easily into my second or third favorite player ever. I don't know about best Houston Rockets player ever, but my favorite basketball player of all time is Vernon Maxwell. I said that on numerous accounts. Vernon Maxwell is my favorite basketball player of all time. And from listening to some of Kevin Durant's interviews, I'll tell you right off the back when he said, they say, you look good in the red, and he was like, "Yeah, I feel like this the color I should have been wearing." Boom, you had me at hello, brother. You had me at hello. You had me at hello. I feel like this the color I should have been. You should have been wearing ketchup and mustard, Brody. The only thing is about that is I gotta say this. I gotta speak for the Rockets faithful. I gotta speak for the Rockets faithful. When James Harden was here, you had a chance to come to Houston, bro. You had a chance to come to Houston. You took your lanky ass to Silicon Valley, bro. You took your lanky ass to Silicon Valley when you could have came here to Houston and you and James Harden could have fought against them light skinned niggas. You and James Harden could have beat them light skinned niggas, bro. I really got a little animus. I really got a little resentment. I ain't gonna even hold you. I got a little resentment for that because I feel like just like Chris Bosh took his lanky ass to Miami with LeBron and D Wade, I feel like Kevin Durant did not have to take his tall 7'3" ass and go to Silicon Valley and play with no damn Clay and Steph. He did not have to do that, bro. Kevin Durant could have came and he could have played with James Harden and we'd have been goaded. We'd have been goaded in Houston with James Harden and Kevin Durant. And then you talk about, oh, I'm 6'10", I'm 6'10", nigga. You 7'6", nigga. Shut up. You 7 foot 100, shooting 3-pointers and all that shit all in Golden State, dribbling all out of bounds, leg about to fall off, you all out of bounds, catching the ball and the referee ain't calling it, all that kind of shit. All that being said, bro, I'm glad you're in Houston though. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, if you bring a championship, if Kevin Durant bring a championship to Houston, um, it'll be on my note. If Kevin Durant bring a championship to Houston, he's gonna be one of my favorite players. I mean, actually, just from listening to his interview when he said, you know, it feel like this the red he should have been wearing. I kind of let all that go. I'm over it now. I just had to get that off my chest because I ain't never really put that out there like that. I ain't never really put it out, my feelings about it. You know what I mean? But since he said he felt like he should have been wearing the Rockets red, I just wanted to say you had a chance to put on the red, but I'm glad that now that you got it on, you know what you've been missing. You know what I'm saying? You in the bighorn, time to go. Ketchup and mustard. You know, it's gonna go down. Okay, that's my Kevin Durant shit. Cause I don't got like I said, it's my dude. It's my dude. I'm over all the Kevin Durant slander, Kevin Durant hate. I don't got nothing bad to say about the man other than what I just said. That was it. That's my last time saying anything negative about him. I'm knocking on wood, knocking on plastic, knocking on baseball caps, jerseys. I'm knocking on everything. It's all good from now on. Kevin Durant gonna average 20. Get the hell out of here, bro. You see, let me show y'all something about King. This is what I'm saying. I'm glad he don't be on here when he do stuff like this because I can point it out to y'all. So red alert. I can point this out to y'all so y'all can see it. Listen. Okay. Watch this. Watch this. No, don't jump off. Don't hang up. Don't hang up the stream. Don't hang up the stream because I'm gonna show y'all something. How is LP gonna average 11 boards with Steven Adams next to him in the paint? Mind you, Alper Şengün averaged 11 boards last year. Right? Right. KD will average 28 and 7 boards and 6 assists. Well, hold on. How can your small forward shooting guard average 7 boards, but your power forward or center can't average 11? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Anybody can tell you anything, bro, but I ain't gonna tell you too much of nothing and just make it up. No, Adams wasn't starting last year. I'm not talking about Adams starting last year. I'm talking about your small forward and your. I'm talking about your small forward and your shooting guard averaging 7 rebounds. I'm talking about your small forward and your shooting guard averaging 7 rebounds. We don't even got to worry about your logic. I understand your logic is flawed because you're saying that because Adam wasn't starting last year, Shangun rebounds is gonna go down 3 rebounds because Adam wasn't starting last year, even though Adam played last year with Shangun pretty much all year long. So 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 KD gonna have chances at long rebounds. Okay. Okay. And when them long rebounds come out, Armin Thompson he's not gonna get none of them long rebounds, huh? And then look at this. Stretch 4, we have LP around the perimeter. So if LP around the perimeter and KD around the perimeter, who gonna get the rebound? KD or LP? You see how this work? You see how this work? And then he over here talking about facts. Facts, Buck Mo. Facts, Mo. KD around the perimeter, getting long rebounds. LP around the perimeter. What he doing? Yamming it up, twiddling and sticking his thumb up your tail end, banana in your tailpipe. Nah, he out there getting rebounds at the perimeter too. So if KD can get long rebounds, why come LP can't get long rebounds, bro? Facts. Look at this. Not true, man. Not true, man. Facts. Then look, you're moving the goalpost, dog. You move the goalpost. I ain't moved nothing. I'm just saying what y'all said. All I'm doing is saying what y'all said. All I'm doing is putting up here what y'all said. Alfred Shangun his rebound is gonna drop 3 rebounds because of Steven Adams, according to you. First of all, he's only gonna get 1 point better. He averaged 19 last year. He's gonna get better at shooting threes. He's gonna make his free throws more consistently, and his points gonna go up 1 point. His rebounds gonna go down 3 rebounds. KD rebounds gonna go up 2 rebounds, even though he's not playing no power forward. KD averaged 5 rebounds a game. Or he averaged 6 rebounds a game last year. Okay, so his rebounds gonna go up. KD rebounds gonna go up. KD rebounds gonna go up, and Alfred Shangun gonna go down. And then you said KD gonna have a chance to get long rebounds. Shangun will not. Why would Shangun not have a chance to get long rebounds? Oh, because he a big man. He in the paint. Then Buckmo come back and then chop your whole argument down. because he's a stretch four. We have LP around the perimeter playing stretch four, bro. See? You see how this shit work? Let's see. You know basketball better than this EF. No, I'm telling you the facts. I'm just going based. Oh, look, I'm just going based off of what. No, I do. Let me tell you what I know. I know that them long rebounds and stuff like that. LP gonna get some of them. KD gonna get some of them. Almond gonna get some of them. And I would assume that really, if you're talking about offensive rebounds, Steven Adams gonna get the most of them. And I would say that when LP gets the ball at the perimeter, he's going to try to bully somebody his way to the basket. And when he shoot it, he's not really going to be shooting a lot of three. He might shoot 3 or 4 threes a game. He might shoot 4 threes a game. He shoot 4 threes a game, and that ball come off long. Guess who going to get it? Almond Thompson or Jabari Smith Jr. I don't think it's going to be Kevin Durant. That's just me. That's just me. Says me. Says me. And why do I say so? Why do I say so? Because I know something you don't know. Almond Thompson is gonna be trying to rack up shit. He's trying to get his shit. Albert Shango gonna do his thing too. No proof of his shooting improving. No proof of who's shooting improving. Albert Shango? Do you know over the last couple, I'm gonna say the last visible shots that Albert Shango has taken, he was 5 for 7, 2 for 5. So that's what's that? 5, 7. So that's 9 for 12. 9 for 12. And then last night he was what? What was he last night? What was LP? What was LP last night? 3 for something or other. 2 or 3 for something or other. And he was 100% from the free throw line. So if he just make his free throws and hit his and shoot 30 something percent from 3, he goes up 2 points, bro. Easy. Easy. Easy work if he make his free throws. Because all he got to do is make the free. He shot horrible from free throw last year. If he makes his free throws this year, his average goes up 2 points. Like it's not even a real debate. The real debate is, yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. It's not even a real debate on if he make his free throws, he goes up 2 points. The real debate is, you know, how valuable is rebounds and assists compared to scoring. That's the real actual debate. The real actual debate is if KD scores 26 and Al Pershengo scores 23, is the efficiency that KD scores in marginally better than the efficiency that Al Pershengo can score in? That's the real actual debate. Something like that. He was one of the worst shooting bigs in basketball, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You always coming in with these you always coming with these what you call this, man? What you call these things? I forgot what you call them. Hyperbole, man. You be super hyperbolic, man. You be hella hyperbolic, bro. No, you got to go with the Turkey League because even if you don't go with the Turkey League, you just go with what he did last preseason game, and in the playoffs because the playoffs matter and this season matter. Last season don't matter. Last season been over with. The playoffs, he hit his threes in the playoffs. He hit his threes in the Turkey League, and he hit his threes in the preseason game. So if you want to throw something else at me, I would even say add what he did in the postseason. I mean, add what he did in the postseason in the playoffs into his 3-point shooting. What if he don't? What if he don't? What if he don't improve his shooting? Or what if he don't hit his free throws? Now, if he don't hit his free throws, that means there's something mentally going on with LP. That means there's something going on, just like I was talking about the focus and whatnot. If he don't hit his free throws this year, if he don't have, if Alper Sengun is not shooting 75 or above from the free throw line this year, if Alper Sengun don't if Alper Sengun is not hitting 75% or above from the free throw line this year, there's something between the ears that's going on with LP, and we got to figure it out. Now, I realized once he stopped making love to the ball, his free throws got a little better. You know, he stopped kissing on the ball and slobbing all on people's sweat palms and all that stuff and talking to it and all that. You know, he was Pepe Le Pew, doing all that stuff with the ball. He was doing that first. He stopped doing that. His shot got a little bit better. You know, he almost had too much theatrics, too much theatrics to his game. I think to his free throw routine, and maybe he realized that the theatrics were taken away from his concentration. And I think he'll continue to improve. And if he don't improve on his free throw, we do got a problem. That's a serious problem. Why would KD take more shots? No Fred, no Jalen, no Dylan. Almond isn't the shooter. Yeah, man, but no, no, Brody. 18 shots a game. The thing about KD, he said himself, he liked to take efficient amount of shots and score the same thing. He said it himself. So I like to think that KD is a kind of strategic, meticulous type, cerebral type player to where he has it mapped out. I'm going to take X amount of shots. I'm going to keep my efficiency right, and I'm going to go down in history as a very efficient shooter. To where people can say, well, LeBron, or they say, well, Kobe didn't take good shots. Kobe shot a lot of bad shots. And LeBron, he can only do this. And then you got to look at Kevin Durant and you got to say, but Kevin Durant, he was efficient from everywhere on the floor at his height. And that's going to be his legacy. You know, that's part of his legacy. So I don't think Kevin Durant is going to go too much over 20 shots a game. If he gets 22 shots a game, so be it. If he gets 22 shots a game, so be it. But I mean, he scored 26 on 18 shots last year. What the F are you saying, bro? If he shoots, let's say, for example, he shoots 25 shots this year, right? How much points is he supposed to score on 18 shots? So if he shoots 7 more shots, do he get 5 more points, 4 more points, 2 more points, 1 more point? Put it in. Come on, let me know. Let me know. On 25 shots a game, if he go from 18 to 25 shots a game, how much will he score? He already averaged 26. Listen, listen, Buck. Listen. Now, King always said I'm moving the goalposts. See, y'all be moving the goalposts. I don't be moving the goalposts. I'm asking a simple question, realistic question. KD averaged 26 points. Listen, if a train leave from Boston going 95 miles per hour and it stop in Delaware, they get 2 cups of coffee and 2 men get on the train and they continue to go to Wyoming at 29 miles per hour. No, this is what I'm saying. If Kevin Durant averaged 26 points a game on 18 shots a game, and he's taking 7 more shots, how many points does he average with those 7 more shots? Do I need to do the math? I'll tell you who I trust to take the shots. I trust Jabari to take the shots. I trust Torrey to take the shots. So there you go, Buckmo. 9 to 10. That's pretty good math. Now I'm gonna do the math. I'm gonna actually go on my calculator and do the actual math problem. Because I want y'all to see what I be saying when I be saying stuff. I don't just be throwing out hypothetical stuff, I'll pulling them all out my ass, popping my G string all willy nilly. I be thinking about real life stuff. Kevin Durant gonna take 25 shots. I get it. It sound good. But if he averaged 26, if he averaged 26 on 25 on if he averaged 26 on 18 shots a game, let's go. I'm gonna do it right here. Let's see. Okay. Now, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying though. 26 plus 9, bro. Do you know how many points that is? That's 35 points. 35 freaking points for a 37-year-old. Do you realize that would be the most historic shit ever done in basketball history, bro? That would be the most historical shit since people stopped wearing canvas shoes. It's like it won't be nothing else to talk about. It'll be Wilt Chamberlain holding up the number 100 and Kevin Durant holding up 35 points. That'll be crazy, bro. That'll be crazy. You think Kevin Durant finna score 35 points a game? The actual numbers would be an extra. It would actually be an extra 10.1 points per game, right? 10.1 points per game, which would make him average 36.1 points. If he shot the ball 25 shots a game, if he shot 25 shots a game, unless his efficiency drops with those shots. Now the only way that makes sense, Buck, is if his efficiency goes down because he's taking shots that's not efficient. So if something happens to where, which I don't see it, because he was taking worse shots in Phoenix, and he's not going to take bad shots just because he's on Houston. So this is what we discussing right here. Now, and like I was telling King earlier, if you see something that I don't see, I'm not gonna tell you you don't see it. I just got to think about what it is that you're looking at, and then I can give you my evaluation for what you tell me you seeing. And what I'm saying is, if you tell me that KD is going to shoot 25 more shots, if 25 shots a game, and he's going to average 9 to 10 more points, what you telling me is the man finna pretty much score 36, 37 points a game. Unless he's less efficient because he's having to shoot more threes than what he usually would shoot. And if he's going to shoot more threes than what he usually would shoot and his efficiency drops, then okay. You shooting them to generate offense for somebody else. You shooting the ball to keep the defense honest. And some of those shots you don't plan on making. Because there's no way you taking 25 shots and you really thinking, hey, these are going to be an efficient 10 more shots. I'm taking 10 more efficient shots a game. 7 more efficient shots a game than what I'm used to taking. The offense gonna be ran through Al Pachenko. The offense is gonna be ran through LP. That is, you know, the thing we know is that the offense is gonna be ran through LP. The offense is gonna be ran through LP. LP is by far our best player. And I'm not just saying skill set best. I mean also as far as, best qualified to do the job. Sometimes being just best qualified to do the job is what matters. And LP is the best qualified to do the job. If you said LP was going to take 25 shots, I would probably be like, okay, LP can take 25 shots. KD he's not taking 25 shots, Brody. But oh my God. I know it sounds crazy, but 36 points a game from Kevin Durant sound crazy to me as well. 36 points a game sound absurd, bro. It's madness to even think about it. He gonna take about 18 or 19 shots. 20 tops, bro. 2 extra shots tops. 2 extra shots tops. And if he take 2 heat checks a game or something like that, but just to keep the defense honest, it's not a situation to where nah, it's not really a situation to where I can see my mans and them. Let me see, make sure the boy ain't trying to make sure King ain't trying to creep in the back door and sit in the background and wait on me. He might be trying to sneak me on the low. No, I don't necessarily see KD scoring 35 points. That's the problem. The problem is that KD scoring 35 points is absurd. KO. KO, man. Talk to me quick, but don't talk to me quick, bro.
Look here, man. You got too much capping and bullshitting in your rap tonight, bro. Now you sat up on your panel, on your channel, and said, "Oh man, I don't just pull shit out of my hind parts. I ain't just making it up." Who said? Who came up with the number 25 shots a game? You pulled it smooth out your hind parts, no gloves on or nothing. Who came up that he gonna score an extra 10 points a game? You pulled it out your hind parts. I said, why would he not take more shots? No Fred VanVleet, no Jalen Green, no Dylan Brooks. Even DFS ain't gonna be available at the beginning of the year. You looking at his shot attempts last year when he was on a team with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, who also had to get their shots. He's coming on to a team where they're gonna need scoring. So if you think that KD is just gonna come in and put up his regular old 18 shots and just 26 points, and that the Rockets is gonna be able to win games against good teams off of that, losing scoring and all these other different places, you are sadly mistaken. Okay, so I do believe he's gonna take more shots. He can still be efficient, but he can go from 18 to 21, 22 shots. And he only need to make 13 of those shots, 12, 13, 14 of those shots in order for his efficiency to be up. And he still put up 28, 29 points a game, which is what I said. He was going to average around 28 points a game, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.6 blocks, 1 steal. Your boy, LP, who was one of the worst shooting big men in basketball last year. You can say what you want. You can say I'm doing hyperbole or whatever. Those are the facts. He was one of the worst shooting big men in basketball last year. And his points came in the paint. He wasn't shooting mid ranges. He wasn't launching a bunch of threes to bring his scoring percentage down. He had a worse field goal percentage in the paint than Amin Thompson, who's on his own team. No, bro. He ain't finna all of a sudden be higher than KD. I don't believe that the offense is gonna run through him exclusively. Will there be moments? Of course. You got a big man who got a post game. Yes, you're gonna run the offense through him. I don't think it's gonna be long, before everybody realizes yet again that he don't like to pass out of double teams. He don't like to pass out of triple teams, and he puts up a bunch of bad contested shots in the paint with 2 and 3 people around him, and he forcing shots up. So I don't know how long that's gonna last. But come on, bro, you need to stop this, bro. You've been capping for the last 2 hours. Hello?
Oh no, my bad, my bad. No, can you see what this say behind me, man? You see what this say? This clearly says no capping, bro. Truth,
I don't
facts,
care what they say.
no cap, bro. It clearly says true facts and no cap. That's what it say. Let me take us both off. I'm gonna put you back though. Okay. You see what that said? True facts, no cap, bro. That's what we do here. This ain't no cap. It's all facts. It's all true. Um. Now I know because I realize you're not watching the stream. You're not really looking at the screen. But it's Buckmo. Buckmo is the one that said KD could take 25 shots a game. Buckmo is the one that said 9 to 10 more points. The math itself, the actual mathematics, 25 times 13 divided by 9 equals 325 divided by 9, 36.1. That's the actual math of how many shots if he averaged 26 on 18 shots and he added 25. If he shot 25 shots, how many points would he average? I just did the math, bro, based off of what people be saying the kind of stuff people say when they say stuff to me is, and like I know, Buckmo be throwing stuff out there because he's just saying, hypothetically, I can see this happening, but he's not really looking at it and saying, oh, EF gonna fact check that. You see what I'm saying? He's not looking at it and saying, oh, EF is gonna fact check that. But and I know that if somebody tell me a dude is averaging 26 points already, he's gonna take 10 more shots. My mind automatically goes to, what if he already averaging 26 and he take 10 more shots? Is he just shooting them shits just to be shooting them shits, or is he trying to make them shits? Because if we plan on him making any of the 10 more shots, that means 28, 30, 2 more shots, free throw 31. So with 2 shots in a free throw, if he make 2 out of the 10 in a free throw, that's 31 points. Kevin Durant gonna average 31 points?
He could.
Out of here, bro.
I
That's
mean, he
MVP.
very well could give you 31 points. Because even if you go 25 shots a game, if he make 14 of them, 3 of those shots is threes, that's 31 points right there.
MVP. If Kevin
Well,
Durant,
I mean, he'd be an MVP candidate. Your boy LP at 20 points a game. If you want to say 22, 23 points a game, he still ain't gonna be no MVP candidate.
listen, all I'm saying is, now if Kevin Durant averaged 20, if Kevin Durant averaged 31 points, ain't nobody getting talked about MVP. Nobody should get MVP besides Kevin Durant if he averaged 31 points. That's the bottom line. And The Rock said so. Goddamn, he called Dwight Johnson. Nobody can get MVP other than somebody if they 37, finna be 38, and they average 31 points a daggone game for the first time since they was 20 something. You know what I mean? Nobody should even be talked about in the MVP conversation if Kevin Durant averaged 31 points. Why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because he's gonna do it on efficient numbers. He's gonna be on an elite team. He's gonna be on a top 3 or 4 team. He's gonna be showing that the fact that he hasn't been in the most what you call them best situations wasn't just because of him. A lot of times it's been because of management and ownership. It's going to be a legacy player at the end of his career doing outrageous shit. It would be just like if LeBron averaged 31. If Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, or LeBron, any one of these players averaged 31 points this year, MVP.
Yeah, I disagree. Because all of the top MVPs is going to put up over 30 points on efficient numbers on an elite team. Like Jokic is going to put up over 30 efficiently on an elite level team. Shea is going to do the same thing. Giannis is going to do the same thing. Like KD ain't going to be special. Now people may salute him if he's able to do it at his age of what is he, 36 years old?
37. He just had a birthday.
Okay, 37. But so people will salute him for it.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna give him the MVP, especially if the Rockets ain't the number 1 seed in the West. If they the 3rd or 4th seed and you got Shea giving them 35 on efficient numbers on an elite team, they not looking at KD.
You got to give it to him.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You just got to.
No, you don't. If Joker is giving them 33 and 13 with 8 assists,
12 assists and shit
on 50, 40, 90, they not looking at KD, bro.
Let me give you what your number. Your numbers was 28, 7, and 6, and 1. If KD averaged 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, and a steal and a block, MVP.
That's not gonna guarantee him MVP, bro.
MVP.
It's not gonna guarantee him MVP. Like I said, Shea will be able to put up the same numbers, probably put up more assists, probably get more steals. Same thing with Joker. More assists, more rebounds, about the same as far as steals and blocks.
Shea not gonna get it unless if Shea averaged 35 and 10 and 8, 35, 8 rebounds, 35, 7 rebounds and 11, 12 assists. Some James Harden on some James Harden shit. He might get it. He might not. Because James Harden already did that.
Nah, he can do 30, he can do 34, 35 points. He could do 7 rebounds. He could do 8 assists.
You got to
He could do 2 steals
You got to lead the league.
and less than a block.
You got to lead the league in assists. You got to have
And had a number one and be the number 1 seed in the West.
because Joker will get it. If
He's
that's
gonna be a number 1, number 2. Okay, but I'm saying those 2 guys is gonna lead the MVP. It ain't gonna be KD, even if he gives you 31, 7, and 6. And the Rockets is a 3rd or 4th seed in the West.
Nah, man. First of all, let me say this. KD averaging 31, 7, and 6. You got to realize it's a voting situation. And like I said earlier, the person who was supposed to win last year was probably Joker. They gave it to Shea because of his team success. They really shortchanged Joker on his MVP. I think that's MVP fatigue because ultimately they're getting to the point to where they're saying we can't keep giving Joker all these MVPs and making him better than all the rest of the big men in the league is looking suspicious, even though we understand that he's doing a lot of stuff, but it's mainly because it ain't no bunch of bigs in the league. We understand why Joker look as good as he looked. He wouldn't be doing this shit if Shaq and Yao Ming was in the league. We get it. But the other part of that is if the people who vote gonna vote, it's hard for me to look at them and say that Kevin Durant averaged 31.7 rebounds and 76 assists and a steal, a block, or something like that on a team that's number 2, number 3 in the league, and it looks like we're going to win a championship, and they don't give him the MVP. Last thing is this. If he shoot 25 shots a game and he is as efficient as he's been, that's 36 points a game, bro. That's just what the numbers is. The numbers just say 36.1 points a game. If he shoots as efficiently as he's been, and he shoots 25 shots a game, that's 36.
Yeah, me personally, now I didn't see Mo put that down in the chat. I don't think he's gonna shoot the ball 25 times a game. I don't think he has to. But I do think that his shots is gonna go up. So I'm putting them around 21, 22 points a game. And I think his average is going to come out to around 28, 29 points a game with the rest of his numbers.
Yeah, that's not MVP. Now,
but I ain't worried about MVP. I'm just talking about what I think that he's going to be able to bring to the team. I don't think he's just going to stick at 18 shots a game because that's what he did last year. Last year, he had other scorers on the roster. The Rockets then lost a lot of scoring in this offseason. A lot of it.
That's neither here nor there. Now, what I will say is this: if KD averages 28 to 29 points a game, and first of all, KD is not going to give you 7 rebounds and 6 assists, bro. It's going to be like 5 and 5. That's just what it's going to be. 4 and 4, 5 and 5. You're not really going to give you no 7.
I disagree.
Okay. I mean, I know what the stats say, so we don't really have to get into it. But
but again, you're looking at his stats from the Phoenix team. You're looking at his shot attempts, you're looking at his assists, you're looking at his rebounds, but he's going to be expected to crash the boards and to get rebounds. We are a rebounding team. We was the number 1 offensive rebounding team last year. He's stepping onto this roster. So MA is going to expect him to get on the boards, offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds. So I believe his rebounds is going to go up. The ball is going to be in his hands more. He's going to be expected to do more and play make more for his team on this roster. Because again, like I said, we lost a lot of scoring. He's going to get the attention. So he's going to have to play make a little bit more. It don't mean that, he's going to be dishing out 8, 9, 10 assists a game, but his assists to go up 1 assist a game, I could see that. His rebounds going up 1 or 2 rebounds, I could definitely see that. I think it's going to be needed. He's already one of the top 3 non-center shot blockers in the league. It was him, Almond, DFS. That's the top 3.
Facts.
So ain't none of the numbers that I'm looking at or that I'm saying that I expect him to do that I think he's gonna do is something outrageous.
It's not outrageous, but I mean, it's more likely that he goes down on a team that's well rounded as we are, because just like just like you were saying, you know, he gonna be getting more rebounds. Well, he might be at the 2 or the 3. Alperen Sengun is gonna be at the 4 and the 5, and Jabari is gonna be at the 3 and the 4. So, you know, the chances of Kevin Durant rebounds going up is similar to the chances of Almond rebounds staying where they at. I mean, both of those guys are moving away from the basket a little bit more. Kevin Durant played more power forward last year than Kevin Durant playing power forward this year is only going to be in small ball situations. He's not going to be playing
But
power. Huh?
how do we know that though?
Well, because we got too many bigs. We got Jabari, who plays the power forward. We got Tari, who's not as good a shooter as Kevin Durant. We got Armin, who's not as good a shooter as Kevin Durant. We got Alperen Sengun, who will play power forward. We got Clint Capella and Steven Adams, who we can run as a double big lineup. There's really no reason for Kevin Durant to play center or power forward unless we're running some kind of super fast lineup where we just want to have like Aaron Holiday, Reed Shepard, Tari, Bari, and Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
And
but
then
see, I don't necessarily agree with that. Now I understand that these reports or these, these hypotheticals of the Rockets running a double big man and putting KD at the at the 2 and Jabari at the 3, and like these are all just hypotheticals. At the end of the day, we really don't know how MA is going land as far as the lineup, because the lineup could be LP at the 5, KD at the 4, Tari at the 3. Like we really don't know which way he gonna go with the lineup, especially with DFS not being available to begin the season. So people are assuming that KD is gonna be at the 2, but we don't really know that that's where he gonna land. He very well could end up at the 4, and I don't know that Ma is going to want KD or Jabari being on a 2 guard who's running them around the court off of screens and off of picks and all of that type of stuff. Now, you could maybe jump into a zone to try and eliminate that in certain matchups of games. That's possible. But I don't think that it's set in stone that we running with this double big lineup, which wouldn't put KD at the 4. KD at the 4 is a problem for every team in the NBA. All other 29 teams is gonna have a problem with KD at the 4. He's like you said, he's 37. So is we gonna finna have him running around with these young boys in these smaller positions? Or is we gonna put him at a position where he can do his thing? Certain matchups that may change, right? If you got AD in the game at the 4, maybe then the Rockets go with a double big lineup and put Steven Adams on AD and put LP on they center, and then you put KD at the 3. Maybe in those situations it could be a different situation. But if you playing Denver, KD guarding Aaron Gordon would be a benefit for the Rockets. Because now, KD kind of gets to roam a little bit. Aaron Gordon ain't finna kill you from the outside. So he gets to help shot, as a weak side shot blocker, gets to help crowd the paint a little bit and can still get to his man to contest the shot. I think it's going to be matchup dependent. I don't think it's set in stone that he going to play the 2 or the 3.
I mean, I get that part. I get that part, but I don't think it's for one. He may kind of mention KD, you know, playing on the wing position or playing at the 2, and Jabari playing the 3, and LP playing the 4. So that's kind of one part of it. That's kind of the main part of it. The other part of it is, in order for KD to be as valuable as he can be, because here's the thing: KD's a four, Evan Mobley's a four. You know, you lessen KD's value. I mean, his his advantage. What I mean to say, by putting taller people on him, you give him more advantage by putting him on smaller people. That's just, you know, the 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 less contest that he has to deal with on his shots. It's not like anybody gonna bother his shot anyway. But the less contest, the higher his efficiency can be. So by
Well,
having him at the three or having him at the two, it makes him a little bit more valuable in my mind's eye than rather just having him at the four where everybody is kind of 6'10" and up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the his advantage is his quickness, his ball handling.
True.
Against those guys, he'll always be able to get to his spot on the floor without them being able to really impede him. If they try to, then them gonna be easy fouls. And he gonna still be able to rise up above those guys who's even at his height. They're not gonna really be able to block his shot like that. He's had problems with smaller guys who got length. So, and you can still create those mismatches just off simple pick and rolls. You know what I'm saying? Well, most teams like to switch everything on the perimeter.
Right.
So, if you want to get him matched up against a smaller guy, you can, but you don't have to run out a double big lineup in order to get KD on some mismatches. And even then, teams is gonna switch that regardless. They not finna have a 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" two guard trying to defend KD. Because KD just gonna take them in the post and shoot over them all game. They just gonna take that smaller guy and try and put him on Steven Adams or something like that. Like they'll try and work their lineup to get somebody else on KD who's a bigger, better defender. They ain't finna let KD just shoot over they small guards all game.
They definitely was leaving Luke Kennard on Al Pachinko in a bunch last night. So, once you get that switch, sometimes it's just a matter of by the time you switch back, this dude gonna beat you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. And that's one thing Ime has shown. He's very capable of mixing it up and getting you into that one bad switch, and then having the play set up to where once you get that switch, you go ahead and get downhill and get to your shot. And
Exactly.
we seen Al Pachinko do that. We seen Armin Thompson get that. We seen Tari get that. We even saw Jalen get that a couple times last year. So, Dylan Brooks got it a couple times last year when he would go into Jordan mode. So I mean, it's cool to think of KD just going off and having a crazy great year, and I could see him doing it. And if he have that kind of year, hey, I ain't gonna argue with it. I ain't gonna say that it's impossible. I'm just saying that it's it's as likely to me that KD averages 26 and everybody else step up than
Yeah,
it
but
is.
see, that's something that I gotta actually see happen. We don't have no bona fide legitimate scorers outside of KD on this team.
What is LP?
There's promise,
What's
there's
LP?
potential, but a dude who gave you 19 a game last year, you ain't looking at as a bona fide legitimate scorer. A dude that gave you 13, 14 last year, you're not looking at as a bona fide legitimate scorer. So we gotta see dudes step up first. We know what KD gonna be able to do. And I think that KD is gonna get some of those opportunities. Now the goal is you do want Armin to be able to step up. I said I thought Armin is gonna be our second leading scorer this year because he's gonna have the ball in his hands more. He's gonna have more opportunities to exploit, mismatches. I mean, he's 6'7". Most point guards is not that big. So he's gonna be able to exploit those matchups of being matched up against these smaller guards at his position. Gonna be able to get downhill, get into the paint. And if his mid-range improves,
then that's gonna catapult him to where he can give you, 21, 22 a night.
It ain't no way you think Almond is gonna be a better scorer than Al Pachenko, bro.
Well, he's already, as far as paint scoring goes, he's already better than LP. He just didn't get the shot attempts that LP did.
You know what?
Because he was shooting, I think, at 60% or over 60% in the paint last year.
Man, come on, man.
I'm just telling you, LP was at 40. It was in the 40s, and Almond was in the high 50s or the 60s. Like, that's just a fact. Like, you can try to justify it in the way you want to. That's the fact. And he didn't get as many shot attempts as LP. Imagine if he got 17 shots a game like LP did.
Hey, did I hear you say LP be shooting the ball over triple and double team? Did you say that?
Yes. They throw him the ball down on the block, and he'll try to make his move, and the team will collapse on him. The opposing team, they'll collapse on him, and he'll still force the shot up.
So are you telling me, what you telling me is that Al Pachenko, the same person that gave Victor Wembanyama 45 and gave Nikola Jokic 30, the same person that gave Joel Embiid 30, same person that gave Giannis 30, averaged 19 points a game because people was double and triple teaming him, and he was still having to try to get shots off because everybody else on the team was ass.
Oh, so everybody else was ass. So he got the number 2 seed by himself.
No, but I mean,
everybody else on the team was ass. So Armin was ass, Jalen was ass, Fred was ass, Dylan was ass, Tari was ass, Jabari. Everybody else was ass. Okay. He was the only good player last year, and we was the number 2 seed.
Okay, well, hold on. No.
That's your statement.
Now I'm hyperbolic with it, but let me tell you why I'm being hyperbolic with it. Because I've heard people say that we had the worst shooting backcourt of all time.
They said it for a while, like in November for that month.
Okay,
we was.
So if we got the worst back shooting court of all times. Who else is on the court? That's 2 people down. That's ass.
No, because passing the ball out of double and triple teams isn't dictated or based on how good your shooters are. Because those guys can attack closeouts. Those guys can move the ball to another open shooter.
Well, Jabari had a bad start shooting. He started out the season shooting bad, and then he was hurt for a while, so he wasn't there. Dylan shot 40%, and most of those passes came from LP.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah, if you're a quarterback on a team, this happened a couple years ago. Patrick Mahomes was on Kansas City Chiefs. They had some receivers, and they were dropping a whole bunch of passes early in the season.
I remember that.
I think. Okay, did he stop throwing to his receivers because they were dropping passes?
Not all of them.
Which ones did he stop throwing the ball to?
The ones that,
because I remember him watching that year, and he kept giving them dudes opportunities. I think they ended up making a Super Bowl that year.
They did. It was
okay. So because the guys around you, quote unquote, is bad shooters or whatever the case may be, it's still on you to make the correct play.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they missing shots, then they just missing shots. But if you're supposed to be a leader of this team, mm-hmm. you're supposed to be, quote unquote, the best player on the team, quote unquote, the all-star on the team, then you have to still trust your teammates. You have to lift them up and let them know that, you know what, you missed it. I'm still gonna come back to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep coming back to you. I'm gonna trust you. That lifts the spirits of your teammates.
And so when Kobe said, when they was like, hey, so what do you do when they come at you with double teams? He said you should have brought a triple team. And Kobe said, I'm not gonna pass you the ball because you don't make your shots. And they call that the mama mentality. But when Al Pachenko gonna do the same thing, you say he's supposed to pass the ball to who? Jalen Green in the playoffs?
Whoever to the open man.
Jalen Green.
You make the correct basketball play. Now you want to bring up Kobe. Number one, LP ain't even in the same galaxy as a Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is a proven champion, scoring leader, MVP. He's proven.
So if
even though, yeah, but he ain't make that statement in his first 3 years.
He didn't have to make it to do it. He didn't
Bro,
say it, but he still did it. He still
no,
didn't.
he did. No, he didn't. His early year, he was playing alongside Shaq. And so he didn't have the mind frame that, Robert Ory ain't making his shots. Fox ain't making his shots. Fisher ain't making a shot. So I ain't passing to him. You got to send a triple team. No, he made the correct play. Now, once his team deteriorated around him, Shaq was gone, all them other veterans was gone, and he's playing with Smush Parker and them boys, then yeah, that's when he made that. But by then, he was already a champion. He was already MVP. You can't bring up Kobe Bryant in this situation.
Why not?
And even if you do want to bring him up, let's say I go by your premise. Because one nigga wants to chop off his foot and enter into a damn marathon, don't mean that you supposed to cut off your goddamn foot and try to run a marathon too. Because he made a bad statement or bad decisions, don't mean that you try to follow behind somebody who don't play at your position. You ain't as talented as them. You ain't as good as them. You ain't close to the score as them. You ain't a 3-level scorer. Kobe was.
But by the same token, you still got Jalen Green, who did nothing in the playoff. You still got Fred VanVleet, who had one good game in the playoff. You still got Ahmed Thompson, who's not a good shooter. He can ball, but he's not a good shooter. You have to make up the slack for it a lot of times. You still got the responsibility of the team on your back because you the highest paid player on the team. You still got Jabari Smith, who's not having a great game, and when you kick him the ball, he make it sometimes he don't. And that your best opportunity is, I'm gonna shoot this slow floater and hope these dudes' timing is just off enough for me to get it over their head, because I've been doing this since I was a little kid, and most of these was playing AAU basketball when I was playing against pro. I'm the only MVP on the team.
So why you ain't lead the team? Why you ain't lead the team in scoring?
I gave Victor Wembanyama 45. I gave Joker.
Why you ain't lead the? No, he ain't do that last year. That was the year before that. Y'all can hold on to that 45 points as long as y'all want to. But Wemby was a rookie.
Hold on.
He did that 2 years ago. Why you got one of the worst field goal percentages in the league? Like, if you're gonna do that, if that's your mind frame, screw everybody else around on the team, and you're gonna take it upon yourself, well, then you gotta do it at a high level. 19 points a game at under 50% shooting for a big man is horrible. It is ghastly. It is disgusting.
He said he got to get better. He said he didn't shoot the ball well last year.
Damn right he didn't, because he was trying to shoot over 2 and 3 people.
But look, one nigga bring 2 niggas. 2 nigga bring 3. 2 nigga bring 4 nigga. 4 nigga come back and alert me. 4 nigga bring 2 nigga. And 2 nigga bring 1. Nah, all I'm saying is they can bring out a double team if they want. They really can't stop Albert Shangoon, just like they really can't stop Kevin Durant. They can't stop neither one of them. If all you got is 1 or 2 people on him, you really can't stop him. The other guys got to make shots. We still don't really have the guys to make the shots. We might be a little bit better positioned in order to make those shots. Now that we got guys in different places and the offense looks a little different, Jabbar started coming to his own, not coming to his own, but he started to be a little bit more confident shooting. Ahmed is all of a sudden a little bit, more confident shooting. We don't give him no F's and whatever. And I just say that if Kevin Durant scores 26 points and Albert Shangoon scores 23 points, it's a toss-up to who's the most impactful player on the team. Now, I'm not saying it's a competition, bro. I'm not saying it's a competition. But if you're talking about who the hub of the team, it's LP. It's Big Manu.
Yeah. I disagree. Stop disrespecting Manu Ginobili. He ain't Manu.
Big Manu, man. That's
He's not Manu. So stop disrespecting Manu. But I don't agree with that. Again, I think there will be moments, there will be times where he'll be the hub, moments where the offense will run through him. I don't think it's gonna be like that exclusively. I don't think down the stretch of games in the clutch that he's gonna be the one that everybody gonna be looking for, to make a shot or create a shot.
No, I agree with you.
Okay, so then you're not the hub. You're not the best player on the team. this team ain't really built around you. You are a piece. You are an integral piece. You are an important piece. But if you're not the go-to guy down in the clutch, and the team isn't looking for you to take or create a shot for your teammates, then you're not the hub. Again, there'll be moments in the final 2 minutes, they'll get into their sets, and if there's a mismatch or something like that, or if he cooking, KD may go and toss the ball down to him and see if he gonna make the right play when he put the ball on the floor and that defense collapse, if he's gonna push that ball back out and let that ball swing or let somebody attack the closeout, to create a better shot or a better opportunity. We'll see. But that's not something that he's shown so far. And I think that everybody is gonna have to fit in around KD. KD is the sun. Everybody else are the planets.
Nah, bro.
The sun doesn't rotate around the planets.
That's
planets
cap.
rotate around the sun.
I mean,
KD is the sun.
If you a flat earther, it do.
Yeah, well, I ain't no damn flat earther. so yeah. You can take that to somebody else. You can take that to somebody else. I ain't no damn flat earther.
The sun go around this mug. The sun go around us. God dang, around your orbit, around your body, wherever you project it to.
Okay, well then that explains why you have such a warped opinion about the Rockets and about LP and about Tard. Because you're a flat earther.
Hey, you know what? That's the exact same thing a Jordan fan would say.
I'm not a Jordan fan. I never grew up a Jordan fan.
That's the exact same thing a Jordan fan would say right there.
You and your homeboy, instead of trying to attach people to Michael Jordan because they don't agree with you and your wild ass takes.
Jordan fans always say somebody a flat earther, dog. Jordan fans always say that, man. Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down. This 5 minutes running, man. I've been up here bumping my gums, trying to get y'all still want to accept. Hey, tell me what you think about IRS, man. Isaiah Reed Shepard, man. We calling him the tax man this year, man. What you think about the tax man? You think he gonna live up to the IRS? He gonna be taxing boys this year? Tell me what you think about Reed Shepard. What kind of predictions you got for the game? You gonna pull up on the pregame show tomorrow, man? Tell me what you think about the game coming up.
What time is you doing? Because I be sleep. I be sleeping until it's time for me to get ready and get up and get ready for work.
Right. Now,
you know what I'm saying?
What I'm gonna jump on like 2 hours before the game and do like an hour and 45 minutes, bro. I guess that'll be like 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
Oh no, I'm be sleep.
Dead to the world.
I don't get up until like 7:30 or 7:45.
All right, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I probably, I might do a little something for the people like I did last time, but
yeah, but shit, man, it again, I haven't seen nothing different from what my prognosis was after seeing him in the summer league. I'm wondering if he's a volume shooter, volume type scorer. Like the rest of his game, he looked poised. I do believe that he's going to compete on defense. I think that he's the best just natural passer on the team. That's what I believe. I believe that he can run a system and run the offense, but I haven't seen him be consistent with his shot. He was pegged as this great shooter, this generational shooter. Didn't he go like 1 for 4 from the 3-point line last year? That's 25%.
Cocaine Curry, man. Cocaine
Now
Curry.
maybe if he would have got another 6 threes, 7 threes, maybe it would have evened out and it would have pushed his percentage up. But that's no different from Jalen. So, like, until I see him, look like he is a consistent, reliable shooter, then I'm gonna peg him as a volume shooter. And I don't know that that's gonna pan out for the team long term.
Right. He got to be able to make the 50% if he only shoot 2 shots. He got to be able to can't miss 2 shots in a row type white boy shit. That's what I be saying though.
I mean, if he only shooting 2 threes, he need to make both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you pegged as a generational shooter,
Yeah.
And you getting these shots. Like you need to be able to knock those down. Maybe it's gonna come down to him being able to just catch and shoot. You know what I'm saying, and be able to hit more of them at an efficient rate. But I gotta see him do it before I can attach it to him, bro.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt about that. The big lineups. You here for the big lineups or what?
Well, yeah, you know, because we got a big team. You know what I'm saying? Like Fred not being here, you know, Jalen, you know, 6'4", 6'5", depending on where you see it at. You know, so now when you got DFS, you got like we don't have a bunch of dudes that's smaller that's gonna see a whole bunch of playing time. Maybe a Kogi gonna get some playing time. I don't know. Bum ass Tate should not see the court.
Come on.
Young Holiday, and Fred is like the smallest guys on the team that we feel like is gonna get legitimate minutes at least right now. So everybody else is 6'7" or bigger.
Right.
So we really ain't got no choice but to have to deal with a big lineup.
Yeah, that's yeah, no, I agree with you on most everything you said. Really, like I was saying, you know, I don't have no problem with whatever way they want to swing it. If they want to take a chance and throw Reed Shepard out there with the best lineup he can play with, I don't have no problem with it. If they say, you know, KD, Barry, Amin, Shangoon, and Steven Adams, I ain't gonna cry about that. That's some shit I do in 2K, you know, and it's a break the league type shit, so I don't got no problem with that. Anything to me, this my thing though, Ken. You I know you're gonna heard me say it, I'm gonna keep saying it. Anything that throws off the natural order of the way people play basketball, any kind of break the league type shit that you want to do, you got to do that shit and set the tempo for what you want the league to be. Not just come out and try to fit in and match up with what other people doing. You got to be an outlier in order to be an elite type team in this modern era. You know, you can't come in and just fit the mold and keep the status quo. You got to be trying to break the status quo in order to be an elite type team in this era. And whatever they decide to do from that standpoint, I'm with it. If they do the simple shit, if they do if this would be the simple thing to do. I'm gonna tell you what would be the simple thing to do. We're gonna go out with Reed, Armin. We're gonna have Kevin Durant. We're gonna have Jabari, and we're gonna have LP. If they come out with that, I'm gonna have a problem with it. You know, that would be my ultimate, my ultimate like head scratcher moment for me is to see them come out with a lineup like that, because I would be like, you have the opportunity to do outrageous shit on both, either way you decide to spin it, you could have did something that nobody would be prepared for, and you didn't do it. You didn't even try to bust everybody upside their head with the craziness. And I'm all about, you know, creating that kind of madness if you had the opportunity to do so. So with that being said, you know what I mean? Shout out to the chat. Chat was popping today, man. Buckmo, come on, man. Come on with the numbers, man. 36 points a game. Crazy. KLD, you know what I mean? He had to come over here and try to get back. Appreciate you popping up. Try to get back. Talk a lot of foolishness, you know what I mean? But, we'll settle on something. We could settle on, the Rockets got options. We could settle on the Rockets got options. And I'll let you know this for 100% fact. I stand by what I said, bro. I stand by what I said. I said it. Go back and listen to it. You better know what you heard, because if you don't know, you're missing out. That's a fact. If you don't know, you're missing out. That's 100% fact. Now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep you lit. Right? You've been warned, right? Stay on red alert. Stay tapped in. Stay lit. This is EF Hutton, Rockets Red Alert, signing off. Peace.